Welcome everyone to another episode of Cinematic Realms. Just bear with me while I adjust my camera. Hope you guys are all doing well today. I'm your host, Gwen, and with me, as always, is Jared. How you doing, Jared?
I'm doing great. I am very excited to be back and talking about something we both love dearly, which is Star Wars. It feels like, a good way to continue our efforts at starting the year. And I'm also grateful that there is it's a long holiday weekend, so we get to spend some time, relaxing after this instead of worrying about going back to work. There are other things to worry about starting tomorrow, but that's not one of them.
Yeah, you look like you're having like some kind
Yeah.
of eclipse phenomenon or something.
I don't know what's going on with that. Let me see if I can fix that.
While you're doing that, I'll just say some of my attire is today is celebrating some things from the past couple days. One of them is that the HBO Max series, or Max, whatever, as Conan says, HBO sounded too cool, so they went with Max. No, the show Harley Quinn is back, so I've got my Harley and Ivy shirt on, and also I'm wearing a Game of Thrones hat instead of my Lord of the Rings hat because I felt really smug today as I watched a YouTube video with our beloved Gwendolyn Christie when she was asked about season 8. And she was asked how she rates the final episode of Game of Thrones, and without skipping a beat, she yelled out in her wonderful, happy way, 10! So I was very, very happy to see that. Like, I defy anybody to say that Gwendolyn was not being her complete, authentic self in that moment. And yeah, so take that, haters.
I knew I loved her. Smart, beautiful, loves the Game of Thrones season 8. What's not to like?
Yeah. So yeah, no, like, and as always, like, regardless of the topic, she is such a joy to watch. I remember I almost had like probably not good to joke about things, especially given my family history, but I nearly had a heart attack back when her and Nikolai did the commentary track for the season 3 episode Kissed by Fire. And it was really the first time that I'd heard her like talk at length in a way that was just sort of shooting the shit with one of her castmates, and in particular that castmate. And I was rolling on the floor laughing. It was the first time I really discovered like what an infectious joy she is. And like, I love moments from her when, like, speaking of Star Wars, the Force Awakens documentary, when they're running through all the different cast members, and she's like, am I allowed to talk about it? Am I allowed to talk about the process now? And then it just like, and there's a bunch of other sound bites, but then it just cuts back to her laughing as loud as she possibly can from joy. And that is her in a nutshell. And I hope I get to meet her sometime in the not too distant future and get her autograph, because I have that wonderful piece of artwork from who's that artist who went to the conventions? I think her name was Hilma. If I'm getting that wrong, I'm terrible. I'm absolutely. I really should look up her name so I can reference her correctly. But she did this wonderful piece of art from the season 8 episode, A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, where Brienne is getting knighted. And I was lucky enough to get that signed by Nikolai at Con of Thrones one year, and as if he plucked the thought from my mind, as he was signing, he was like, "You got to get Gwendolyn to sign this too." And yeah, I love her to death, and um, I'm gonna see if
I
I
don't know what's
can.
going on with my. I might have to switch to my other computer.
Yeah, if you do, it's no big deal. Um, oh, God, I feel absolutely terrible. I can't at the moment. I don't know if I can find her name. Um, but in the future, if what I'll do is I'll dig out her artwork, and it should be on there somewhere. If I don't get to pay tribute to her on today's stream, we'll do so next week when I have time to actually look up the information. But yeah, no, the bottom line, I love Gwendolyn so much. She is a true treasure. And now we know that she is a complete and total season 8 fan, just like us. So I'm very happy about that. But yeah, so otherwise, and aside from computer brightness malfunctions, how are you doing, Jared?
I'm doing well. As I said, we got the long holiday weekend. I used the opportunity to take care of some things I put off for a while, but then I also found time to rewatch the entirety of Skeleton Crew yesterday, which was a joy because this series it just has some kind of magic to it. And we'll get into why, but I loved it, and I'm very happy to be discussing it. Always happy to be discussing Star Wars, but I think this one in particular is going to be a really fun discussion.
Yeah, I was not well behaved last night. I was supposed to watch the first half of the season, start my rewatch last night, so that I didn't have to cram the whole thing in today. But a couple days ago, I had bought the new Arrow Video deluxe collector's edition of Inglorious Bastards. And last night I turned on the audio commentary for that, which is great. It's not to veer even more off topic, but it's Jared's going to give out to me. But so yeah, bottom line, I was I bought I bought that, and do we think we're good?
We'll see.
Looks like it. So bottom line, it's a really great audio commentary track by a film critic slash film historian who just went through like all the the sort of legacy of the films that inspired Tarantino and how they informed what he did in the film. And so I was only going to watch a few minutes of that, and then I ended up watching the entire movie with that commentary. So that left me time to fit in the first episode of Skeleton Crew last night, and so it was left to me to watch the rest of the 7 episodes today, which actually was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed getting to watch it almost the entire way through in a single sitting. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. So anyway, not to bury the lead, that is what we were talking about today: Star Wars Skeleton Crew, the newest Star Wars series. Which I don't know about you, Jared, and maybe we've talked about this, but it was probably like the lowest rank, like as far as like Star Wars projects that I've been looking forward to. It was probably the lowest ranked. Just because it's like, okay, Star Wars pirate show. The pirates weren't my like favorite element of Mandalorian season 3. And I knew that was kind of setting up what was going to be in this show, and it was going to be sort of kid centered, with the most of the cast being young kids. But it was going to have Jude Law, and I love Jude Law, but it just wasn't like something I was super looking forward to. Ironically, like I was much more looking forward to The Acolyte, and and I think you and I are on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm remembering, but I think we're in different places on that in terms of like how we sort of feel in the end. Our talk really brought to light a lot of things that I did enjoy about the series, but that ended up being sort of one of my sort of least enjoyable Star Wars viewing experiences. Not for the horrible reasons that we're out in the cesspool we call the internet, but it just wasn't something that like I enjoyed as much as other shows.
Yeah.
And then the inverse of that, this was something that I was not looking forward to that much at all, and I think it ended up being one of my favorite Star Wars projects. So it's funny how that happens, and yeah, expectations sort of play a role in that, but that can be a good thing because sometimes you just aren't anticipating, something to really click with you, and then it does. And it did this without Hondo Ohnaka, which saddens me, but also that's a victory for the show that it didn't need the appearance by the Star Wars pirate. And we'll get into that too. I still have hopes for the future, but yeah. But no, I loved it. And we'll get into all the reasons why, but that's my sort of big picture takeaway. I think it was just outrageously entertaining, exciting, fun. Fun is the word that I think everybody keeps coming back to for this show, but like sometimes that's what you want. Fun that you're also emotionally engaged with, and and like, even though the series, if it is a one and done, I think it sort of wrapped things up reasonably well, but also I come away from the end of the show being like, no, keep going, I want more. So yeah, that's my big picture takeaway.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this show was a delightful surprise in so many ways, because I do agree for many people, general Star Wars fans, general audience, and even diehards like us, I think this show came in a little bit under the radar. It's basically, it was, I remember when Disney had their big investor day, and they announced all the upcoming series that were going to be coming out. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Andor, Ahsoka, and The Acolyte. Skeleton Crew was not on that list because it kind of came later. John Watts had an idea for this series when he was working, I believe, on Spider-Man No Way Home, which happens to star in a small, Far From Home, I should say, happens to star in a small role, one Jon Favreau. And they got to talking, and Jon Favreau was like, "Oh, you have this idea for a Star Wars movie? Well, come and do it here. Come do it as a Disney Plus series, and we can tie it in with the kind of the Mandoverse that we have going on here." And so it started to kind of boot up in that way, but I freely acknowledge, like, there were other Star Wars projects that I was looking forward to more. I was definitely, obviously love Obi-Wan Kenobi and Andor and Ahsoka, but this Skeleton Crew was supposed to come out at the end of 2023. And then we started hearing rumors that turned out to be founded that the series was going to get delayed. And not only was it going to get delayed, it was going to get delayed an entire year. And I think that kind of played into me being a little bit more, even though I'm always excited for new Star Wars, like, okay, that one's coming down the pike. And in particular, it meant that something like The Acolyte was going to come out first. And I was much more anticipating The Acolyte because I love all aspects of Star Wars, but I do tend to gravitate a little bit more towards things like the Jedi and the Force and the mysticism. And when I heard that Skeleton Crew was going to be about, more of like the scoundrel underbelly with like pirates, I was like, okay, I'm sure that'll be fun, but it's probably not the one I'm going to think is at the height. And while I do love what the Acolyte tried to do, it's hard to ignore the fact that, hey, Laura, that certain.
Oh, wait, let me interrupt here. Laura, just as long as I've got your attention, just because I hadn't messaged you about it, just so you're aware, next week we're going to be doing a stream on Robert Eggers' The Lighthouse. And if you have any interest in joining us for that, feel free, not to put you on the spot. I know you're busy. You have things going on, but if you would like to join us, I'd like to extend an invitation. And if not, that's fine. I'm really looking forward to final. I still have not watched it for the first time, and like this is a way of like really, you know, giving myself a kick in the butt to watch the Robert Eggers film that I haven't seen yet. And oh my God, by the way, Jared, I was so tempted a couple days ago. I was at Barnes and Noble, and I did end up buying some other stuff that was discounted appropriately that I could buy with like gift card money. But they had a special A24 Films 4K deluxe edition of The Lighthouse, but it was like $50. And I was like, this would be perfect because we're going to talk about it. And I'm like, no, the Blu-ray will be satisfactory. Save this for down the line when you know how much you love or don't love. I suspect I'll love it a lot, but still, I restrained myself, which is something. Looking at my expenses this month is something that was a smart decision.
Yeah, no, I think it's probably smart to see how much you love the movie before you spend for the deluxe edition, because The Lighthouse, as we're sure we'll touch on in the mid-roll, is batshit crazy. I love it, but I think it can challenge some people, even diehard Robert Eggers fans. I actually think Laura, when we talked about The Witch and we mentioned The Lighthouse, she was a little bit more equivocal on it.
Okay. Well, then maybe you don't need to come on for this one.
But you know, we'll still be. We're going to have plenty of Robert Eggers discussion, because we're also eventually going to get to Nosferatu, and that's going to be awesome.
I was going to say I'm actually glad I made that decision, because like the Blu-ray of The Lighthouse is like one of like my favorite like surprise deals that I got out in the wild, because it was on sale at Target when I picked it up for $5. And so I feel like I really, especially since I haven't even watched it yet, I should take advantage of that amazing deal I got on that Blu-ray before I contemplate getting a big fancy edition. But sorry for the digression, just felt pertinent, but if you're not as warm on that movie, Laura, you know, at least maybe you can tune in for the chat. We are doing Nosferatu, as said, in March, probably. If you've seen that and you would like to join us for that too, you know, invitation's good for that. But yeah. Anyway, so sorry to go off the rails again. You were saying.
No worries. So what I was just saying was that, like, I had been much more anticipating The Acolyte than Skeleton Crew, just because based on subject matter and pedigree. And while I did not end up loving The Acolyte in the end, we talked about it on this channel, the fact that it challenged me more than a lot of Star Wars projects do. I think that's ultimately a good thing, and I think there were a lot of things I really loved about that series. It is ultimately, I think, probably like it kind of has a cloud hanging over it, also because of the way it ended, and the fact that it was canceled, and the fact that all the hateful toxicity online or surrounding it, most of which we have to be unequivocal was disgusting and not earned. But I understand why people, like for you, Gwen, you know, I know you're not one of those people, and you just freely have said like it was probably your least favorite of the live action Star Wars series that they've done, and I get why.
It's funny not to sort of dwell on The Acolyte, because we had our discussion about that, but yeah, one of the difficult things about that is like talking about my sort of honest reaction to the show, but also like not wanting to give ammunition to the bad faith actors who hate that show for really awful reasons. And so it's like you don't want to give any credence to any of that, but also you want to be honest about your own feelings. And it was probably like, I think, you know, I mentioned expectations playing a role. And I think it's also because, to be completely honest, I was expecting when I heard about the Acolyte, I sort of built up an image in my head of a very different kind of show. It ended, like, not to say the Acolyte didn't go into dark territory, because it did, but I was expecting it to sort of trade in a different kind of darkness. I think I was expecting a lot more of those sort of dark corners and secret Sith meetings, and you know, and so the fact of the matter is that show actually ended up being a different animal than what I was expecting, and I am sure that feeds into my personal reaction to it. And sometimes that kind of a surprise is good because it can catch you off guard. But so I think that, combined with some elements in the show that just didn't sort of work for me creatively, sort of led to that. But none of which is like, it's still an absolutely impressively mounted, you know, artistically interesting show. And you and I both talked about how we were very eagerly anticipating a second season. And so you're right, that is a cloud hanging over it, where it's like, for really bad reasons, let's be honest, that show was canceled. And yeah, so yeah, it's a difficult show to kind of talk about. I feel like, which I think made this like such a joy to behold, because not only was it a really fun surprise in that I enjoyed it so much more than I expected to, but it's just like the show itself is a bundle of joy. At a time when I think we all really needed that.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I am like completely unambiguously a fan of this show. Like, it's got an infectious joy that is just like so much fun. And I was gonna wait until later when it was relevant to talk about this moment, but like, I just feel like I have to mention now, because it's the kind of thing that, like, just why I love the show. I seriously, like, I'm not using it as an expression. I laughed out loud today at the end of episode 4, after Neel has his big heroic moment, and then he passes out, and they're just like, he fainted, and then it cuts to credits. I just think that is one of, like, pure moments of hilarity and joy like that just give me life. And so that's like, you know, that's part of, you know, what was so enjoyable about the show, is because it, you know, it gets heavy. You know, there are parts of the show that definitely venture into darkness and are heavy, but it's just got this, you know, sort of light joy about it too, that just makes me feel really good when watching it.
Yeah, and I think that is part of the design and the brilliance of the show's, you know, premise, because it ultimately, you know, Star Wars, as George Lucas once famously said, is he kind of originally made it with 12-year-olds in mind, and that's not to say that all ages can't enjoy it, and clearly they do, and we do. And there's room for more darker, more mature stories in Star Wars as well, like Andor and the Acolyte. But what one of the log lines that John Watts and Christopher Ford, the creators, had put out into the universe before the show premiered was, I think, a very telling one, which was, they said, it is a show about children and it has children in it, but it is not a children's show.
Which I do want to say really quick that I take a little bit of an issue with that, not so much with, you know, with that being a quote from,
Yeah.
John Watts, that's it's his show. If that's the position he's taking, that's fine. But I have also heard that used by other people in the fandom, and I'm like, but aren't y'all always saying, when, in sort of defense of sort of lighter Star Wars, against, like, when you're fighting back against people who say that Andor is the way Star Wars should be, aren't you always saying, well, George Lucas said Star Wars is for kids? And it's like, except for this show where we're saying it's not a kids show. And it's like, which argument are you going with here? Because it seems like you just are wanting to be contrarian. And I see a lot of that in the fandom. So it's like, I think it's actually perfectly fine to call this a kids show. And I don't see that as derogatory in any way, because again, Lucas himself said he was, making Star Wars for children. I think what's the problem is our sort of modern conception of what is a kids show. I think actually really good kid shows can challenge said kids and go to those darker areas and treat them, not necessarily as full-grown adults, but as the fact that they will be entering adulthood, and that these are things that they are thinking about and actually can handle. They don't need to be coddled and sheltered from the darkness in the world. So I understand why people sort of defensively say, yes, it's got kids in it, but it's not a kid show. But I'm like, no, but it's okay if it's a kids show, because that's not necessarily saying that it shouldn't be taken seriously. It absolutely should be. But I think that this show kind of gets exactly to what Lucas was always talking about.
Yeah, and you certainly don't have to defend it to me, because I've been on my soapbox about this for years, that, a lot of the elements that some people who want to be seen as more cool or edgy or sophisticated say that Star Wars should get away from, like the pulp, like the adventure, like some of the slapstick humor, like the aliens. That's some of the stuff I love most about Star Wars. And that doesn't mean there's not room for darker, more mature storytelling in it, but it does mean that when people say that that is the only way that Star Wars should be, I get very annoyed. And I think that this is a great example of a series that deals with darker elements, but does so in a package that allows kids to watch it and process it and feel it, and to find that sense of childlike joy again in those who are older watching it. Like, one of the most common refrains I hear when people talk about, Star Wars movies that they love, is they always say, "It made me feel like a kid again." And
my mom said that when she went with me to see The Phantom Menace back in 1999. I'll never forget that. And yeah, maybe she was a bit warmer towards the movie for my sake, but I think that when she said that, it came from an authentic place. And yeah, I think that's one of the greatest things about Star Wars.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you actually brought in The Phantom Menace, because one of the reasons this show felt so fresh and unique was it is the first Star Wars live action property that really features kids as the main protagonists. The closest we'd probably come to that in live action before was little Anakin in episode
Which, by the
1.
way, I so loved that in the opening, when they have all the logos of like helmets and stuff, they had Anakin in his pod racer helmet, which just made me so happy. Not just like, yes, because this is a show sort of where the main characters are children, but it celebrates Anakin, and not just Anakin, but little kid Anakin and Jake Lloyd, and that felt like a real, it's just, an opening logo and with, sort of stylized, character, heads and stuff like that. But it felt like a victory to me. And it really made me smile.
Yeah, a lot of justice for the Phantom Menace in this past year, and anyone who's interested can go check out an interview with Jake Lloyd that the journalist Clayton Sandell did on his Substack, basically checking in and saying that he's actually doing much better now, and still loves Star Wars. But in particular, what is fresh about this show is that, while there have been, kids in Star Wars before, they were always part of a little bit more of, a group that was comprised more of adults. Even in the animated series where some of the protagonists like Ezra and Omega are younger at the start, or Ahsoka, they're mostly interacting with older characters. This is one of the first times we've had like a unit of children as our main protagonists, and obviously they have an adult to bounce off of in Jude Law's Jod Nanawood, among his many names. But the dynamics that we see in this group, in particular, that it's not as I originally suspected, a story about 4 best friends right from the jump. It is a story about 2 units of best friends who get thrown into a situation together, and over the course of the adventure, they all become best friends in the unit. And I think that is something that everyone can relate to. That and it made all of these characters feel like incredibly warm and familiar and heartbreaking at times, because we all can see ourselves in certain aspects of these kids, whether it's Wim's desire for Wim's imagination and his desire for adventure, Fern's kind of like rebellious streak and kind of struggles with leadership, Neel kind of being just a good-hearted boy, sweet boy, but also having some fears and anxieties he needs to work through. And in particular, KB, who didn't get as much early on, but I ended up thinking he became one of the hearts of the show. And her scene in episode 6 is my favorite scene in the entire series.
Well, and also this, like, even though I wasn't on social media that much for the discussion of this show. I've been spending less and less time. But through Force Center, I became aware of the sort of discussion, around the fact that those first couple episodes came out and people were like, I wish KB was getting more to do. She feels kind of left out. And this, again, is like part of the whole thing. Just wait.
Yeah.
Be patient. Let the story be told. And then she ends up being one of the strongest parts of this show. And in many respects, the heart of the show in a lot of ways. And it's like, yeah, amazing what happens when you don't jump the gun in your reactions.
Yeah, no, for a series that venerates Jedi, and one of the things that Jedi constantly preach is patience. There's not a lot of it in the fandom. Everyone wants answers and they want them now.
Well, and we talk privately. We won't get into the details of the conversation, but how there are so many Star Wars fans, a great many of them seem to utterly fail at taking the lessons of Star Wars to heart, and it is so ironic.
Ironic and sad, tragic, but we won't go down that road because we would be talking about that for hours. I have a lot of thoughts on that. But this show,
I don't think we want to get that heavy in our discussion.
No, and but this show really reckons with, as I said, like all of the kids kind of having like their archetypes and their anxieties, but they're also like all very fully realized characters. They're also like a lot of some shows that have kids in them, like they struggle because the kids are a little bit more one note and the performances sometimes are a little bit tailored to that one specific key. These kids are all fantastic actors. Yeah. Robbie Cabot-Conyers, Ryan Kira Armstrong, Kiriana Crather, and Robert Timothy Smith, like they're outstanding child actors. I should just say they're outstanding actors, period. And the only one who I'd ever seen in anything before was Ryan Kira Armstrong. I think she had been in like a
she'd been in some movie I'd seen that I didn't like very much, but she was great in it. And I think that, that they have because they have to deal with a lot of stuff in this series, and not just like the dangerous pirates that are trying to kill them, but like really heavy emotional scenes. And I just thought that they crushed it. In that the scene with KB and Neo, Wim in particular, I'm sure we'll get into more detail later, but like that scene made me legit tear up. When KB is talking about, there are things that she can't do anymore, and Fern tries to treat her, just as she was, but she is different, and she is, having to come to terms with, what her OGs after her accident have made her, that left her paralyzed, and she can't use without it. And her talking through Wim, what to do to save her life. And then afterwards, when she pops back up again, and it's like, that was close to total system shutdown, but you probably thought it would be more exciting to save someone's life. Thanks, Jedi. And the look on Ravi Kabat-Conyer's face as Wim is just, it melts your heart.
Well, one of my sort of favorite things about Wim, and it's like borders close to an insult, but I swear it's said in with the best meaning, is that he does seem quite often to be slow on the uptake. His reactions are always a bit behind everybody else's, and which I love, because I can totally identify with that. But yeah, it's sort of, it takes him like a second to register, what she said, but then like that smile comes across his face, and and it warms your heart. And there's another line in that scene that I just absolutely adore, and it's the fact that when KB is talking about worrying about the fact that she's worried about going back to zero friends, as she says, and Wim is just like, that's ridiculous, and he's like, anyway, you can just be friends with me and Neel. And he says it like so nonchalantly and without even any thought, and just the smile on her face just warms the heart too. And
that was actually the moment that made me tear up first, and then I teared up again with the you probably thought it'd be more exciting to save someone's life. Thanks, Jedi. But yeah, just an outstanding scene. Again, my favorite scene in the entire show. But there are a lot of great scenes and a lot of great moments with these kids. And I love that all the interplay and dynamic that we end up having with all of them. Like one of the reasons that episode Zero Friends Again is so effective is, we had already always kind of established, the fact that Wim and Neel are best friends, and Fern and KB are best friends. And then we've had Wim and Fern's kind of like leadership rivalry at the, throughout, and butting heads throughout the early part of the series. But that episode is what kind of inverts the dynamics. It reveals that KB is, even though she's kind of been Fern's loyal number two, she has, thoughts and feelings about what the fact that Fern kind of sometimes doesn't take her into consideration. And so she gets mad at her, and then she goes off with Wim, and they have one of the most emotional and beautiful scenes in the entire series. And Fern, meanwhile, gets to hang with Neel and actually learns that lesson in a different way. The fact that, and we start to see like the fact she really earns the moniker of Captain Fern by like finally starting to look out more for her crew in specifically what they need, rather than just setting the course. And so, and by the end of that episode, they really are the skeleton crew bound together. Also because at this point they've lost John for reasons we will get into.
Well, and I do love that that episode ends with Fern being the one to push a button she's told not to push, which is such a great invert. And by the way, I absolutely love the fact that one of the characters. Wim has this tendency to just need to push buttons because it reminds me so much of The Expanse and the character of Jim Holden, who's like told at one point in the series, you see a button and you just have to push it, don't you?
Yeah. It kind of reminded me a little bit of like Pippin too, and why did you have to look? Why do you always have to look? And there's another great moment from the premiere episode before Wim pushes the button, where it's a great bit of child acting when Fern is like on the walkie-talkie to him, don't push that button, and you can just see him eyeing it, and his eyes are wide, and he's just like, okay. And you're like, that kid's gonna push that freaking button, and then they do another real brilliant beat where like he starts to walk away, and then he goes back and pushes. Again, great. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. No, he's not like. I know that like that impulse, because my brain will go in the other direction where it's like, I see something that really shouldn't be done, and I'm like, man, if I go and do that, it could really cause some problems. But then my brain is like, no, of course not. Don't freaking do that. And Wim just goes in the complete opposite direction. So I love that about him. Yeah, it was interesting. I have to say, watching the series a second time through, because I had such deep affection for all of the characters after having seen the whole series, that it really did, as this often happens when you go back and rewatch something, but it just really sort of changed up my perceptions of the characters, even in the beginning of the story. I know my first watch through this, I was like, Fern was really getting my last nerve, because of, she's got, that sort of desire to make up stories and to really, string people along with her, fibs and the fact that, I hate to sort of bring in that sort of, cliche that, schoolyard cliche of the bossy girl, but she definitely is sort of feeding into that archetype. But then you watch the series once, and then you go back and watch it again, and you see there's actually a whole lot of insecurity that's masking, and it's just they did such a remarkable job just playing these characters, and the characters themselves are so well written, and it's just that's why I'm like, I want more of these characters. I know it's complicated because the show took so long to make it to the air, so the kids are older now, so it wouldn't be as simple as they couldn't just pick up where they left off, but I really do hope that we get to see more of them, and more of characters that popped up throughout this series. Like, I want Kim to like pop up in every one of these shows, and every one of these New Republic era shows, because she's just such a great character.
Yeah, we'll get to Kim, because I have some gushing to do about how much I love Kim when we get there. But yeah, as Joe Cole points out in the chat, I was annoyed with Fern until she admitted that she didn't know what she was doing. I felt that as well. I kind of felt like Fern was being a little bit of a harder edged character. And even KB, her best friend, had some moments where she was like, "You don't have to be so mean. They did find the ship and stuff."
Which
like
really,
that.
I have to say, it really endeared me to KB so much, because it's like, okay, even her best friend recognizes that, like, pull back a little.
Back. But again, it all was in service of the reveal for her character, which is like the scene in episode 4 when she is kind of there. She has a moment of crisis because she's despairing that they're ever going to find their way home, and she goes off to the window and she's crying, and she is basically like, to Wim, you should have been the captain. I don't know what I'm doing. And Wim, in a moment of self-reflection for him, he's like, I wouldn't have gotten this far. And I think that, like, and he, tries to pick her up and calls her amazing because, in many respects she is, and she doesn't take to that immediately because she's basically like, that doesn't mean I am just going to come up with a plan. But then she does. Then she figures it out, and
which is actually something that I really do like in retrospect. Like, I realize that I really love about her as well is that sort of insistence that about certain things, and then right away it's like, it's and there's also the line when Jod is like, all right, time for sleep. And she's like, but I'm not tired. Cut to, she's fast asleep.
That was a fantastic job. We'll have to talk a lot about some of the direction choices that they made throughout this series. That were incredible. David Lowery was the director on that episode.
Which, by the way, I will say, like, I'm biased, but I think, like, his episodes were my favorite directed episodes, just because even in something much more lighthearted like Star Wars, and he's done other lighthearted stuff. I haven't seen them. I've like, the work of his that I've seen is The Green Knight, and
which is awesome.
but even so, even though they're vastly different, kinds of material, I could still very much feel his hand guiding those episodes, and I was like, yeah, I feel that this is him, and so I really, and I think that his episodes do, like, as strong as the first episode is, like, the second and third episodes are when we get out into the galaxy, and I feel like he really did a great job at establishing sort of the world building of when they go out into this, very strange, dangerous galaxy, in a way that's like, it's what immediately kind of impressed me about this show was the fact that, I don't want this to be a stream about what other shows weren't doing as well, but, like, for me, like, it has been an issue, not so much, less so with Ahsoka, in my opinion, but definitely in sort of The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett. Things tend to feel a little small scale, as far as, like, these different planets and locations and stuff. And a lot of that is sort of the growing pains with the volume, and all that. And I think that this was a combination of the fact that we saw it with Ahsoka, where they're really figuring out what they're doing with the volume, and I feel like Ahsoka felt like a bigger show. And this, I think, is a combination of that. I think it's the talent of the directors involved. I think it's the fact that they had a lot more time to work on this show because of the delay of a year. But this show just felt so much more expansive to me. And I think that those episodes really were important in establishing that.
Yeah.
And it felt like things clicked for me in a way with the world building and sort of the alien characters and all that I feel like they didn't quite get there with, for instance, Mando. Like, one of the first things I said about the show on premiere night was, I was like, the character Vane, the pirate, like, was working so much more for me in this show than in The Mandalorian. And it's because he, like, felt, and part of that is because this is like a pirate show.
Yeah. And
it's got the flavor of, like, pirates. The droid is named Smee, for God's sake. And so, but so much of this is the world building, and that's up to the creators of the show, the directors, the art directors, the cinematographers, and this was one of the best shows for doing that, in my opinion. And I give a lot of that credit to the directors, and especially I feel like, again, I'm showing my bias here because I'm giving many props to David Lowery when there are also a number of other directors in this series who just kicked ass, to be frank. But I just feel like he in particular had that trick of really selling when they go out into the wider galaxy. That all had to work in a very specific way, and I thought they pulled it off like gangbusters. So yeah, and I've actually gone back to watch Vane's introduction in Mandalorian season 3, and I actually think this series helps that enormously, because all of a sudden he has a place in the Star Wars galaxy that sort of is on its own turf. And it actually makes him more threatening popping up in Mando season 3 in a way that I didn't quite feel when we didn't have anything else on his character or the pirates with him back then. So I think this show is not only, it's great on its own terms, but I think it's also helped to fill out a particular corner of the Star Wars galaxy.
Yeah, I had actually been going back and rewatching Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett recently, and I had just gone through season 3. And when I got to the episodes with Vane, we were in the middle of Skeleton Crew, and I agree, it does make it feel a little bit more connected, which it should be noted. Even though the show takes place in the Mandoverse era, Vane is the only character from the Mando or other Mandoverse who crosses over. And in many respects, it feels like, he was probably created more for this show, and then they may have found a way to work him back into Mando or vice versa. But you almost do, when they don't reference those events at all. He just is another pirate. But in particular, I get what you're talking about with the tone, because I remember when the pirates showed up in Mando season 3, and Vane is literally there going, "Avast, Mandalorian." I thought that was a little bit tonally different. Although I will note, I just on sheer weirdness factor, I immediately loved Gorian Shard. I know not everyone did. But
yeah, I rubbed up against it, but again, this is where this show I feel helped, like being a real proper introduction to pirates in the Star Wars galaxy in a live action setting. We've had plenty of that in animation, but animation is a different beast. In live action, I feel like this worked much better at bringing pirates into Star Wars than immediately having a moss covered pirate captain. It's like and I get why they did that, and then because it's very pulpy and it all that, but I do feel like it matters the sort of degrees into which you introduce something, and I just feel like this for me was a really it felt better as an introduction into all that. And so now when I go back to watch Mando season 3, I think that stuff all feels much better to me, because and especially because this is really kind of the first piece of this era in live action that we've gotten that wasn't spearheaded by Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni. They were executive producers, but they weren't the showrunners. And so I think that also helps, because it just has a different flavor from the quote unquote Mandoverse. Yeah.
And I think that is what many people found, refreshing about it. Like I have a bias towards, like, some people want Star Wars to tell new stories and not connect to anything from the past. I tend to really like the interconnected universe, and I thought that this show did a great job of managing to feel connected to that universe while telling a fresh story that didn't feature a lot of existing characters.
I know I was bracing for an appearance from Carson Teva.
Yes, so was I.
So it's like, oh, they're not going to be able to resist. I'm glad they didn't, because it's a big universe, and there are lots of the New Republic fighters. You don't always have to bring Carson in. I love Carson, but You don't need him every single time.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was glad that they didn't go that direction, even though I would have been happy to see him. Always happy to see Carson. But in particular, you mentioned that, this show has a different creative, team, and like, John Watts and Christopher Ford being the writers and the showrunners. Young Joe Weisner, also a writer, who she wrote 2 of the best episodes, I thought. Episode 5 and episode 6. And then the directors will shout out some of the other ones, in addition to David Lowery, who, incidentally, I found it hilarious that when they asked David Lowery about his show, he had literally just come off making a pirate series with Jude Law, because he made the Peter Pan movie for Disney Plus, and he's like, they're like, you want to keep working with pirates and Jude Law? And he's like, yeah, it seems to work.
I really do find it utterly hilarious that he switches back and forth between this light fun stuff and then dives into these freaking dark tone poems like the Green Knight. And it's like, it's so radically different, which is great, because so many creatives get pigeonholed into one type of thing. And which is not always a bad thing. Like, we mentioned before, Robert Eggers, he's not gonna go do Star Wars. So it's just funny that for me that David Lowery has just like 2 like almost polar opposite sides like directorial personality, even though there are things where you can sort of you can see his creative touch on it, but yeah, it's just, I just find it funny.
Yeah. Although if we ever did get a Robert Eggers horror movie in Star Wars, I might die of happiness. Even though I don't think they're the best tonal match.
It would never happen, because they'd never let him do an actual Robert Eggers Star Wars movie. I know. And it would just be like, and that's why he would never. I think actually he did an interview about this a couple days ago where he's like, I'm just not right for Star Wars.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, they'd have to, if anybody ever let Robert Eggers really off the hook and do something in the Star Wars galaxy, but that was totally his work, it would be fucking incredible. But that would never happen.
Yeah, that most definitely would not be a movie for kids. Anyway, some of the directors who turns out were right for Star Wars, because they got to do episodes in the show. I thought did great job. Obviously, the Daniels, Daniel Kwan and Daniel Shiner. Which by the way, really before they did everything.
I do have to say, the fact that they directed that episode really set me up for as I was watching it, I had really wild ideas about where that episode was going that did not end up being the case, because I'm like, they have to do some weird, alternate reality timeline shit, don't they? And no, they don't. They just have to tell a good story.
No, there was no multi-dimensional shenanigans. There was no talking farting corpses like Swiss Army Man. Although there were farting Eopies in that episode, so perhaps that is the connection there. But I
can draw the connection of in their movie. The one, the whole movie, the whole reason why we know them. God, what was
Everything Everywhere All at Once?
Everything Everywhere All at Once. See, I always draw a blank when I'm doing these streams. Like in that movie, we've got 2 of the characters all of a sudden become like rocks talking to each other, and we do have Neel throwing a rock at the end of their episode. So I don't know. That's a stretch, but I'm just drawing a connection there.
We'll get in. I do really love that episode too, in particular the relationship between the character of Neel and Hannah, and we'll get into that. But just to finish off the roster of directors, Jake Schreier, who I knew from directing episodes of Beef, a show that I really love. He did episode 5, which I think might be my favorite. I thought that episode's kind of just.
Could it be for the appearance of?
Possibly. Possibly.
It was so natural.
I was not shy about the fact that when the lovely Kelly MacDonald appeared on screen as Pocket, I was like, I know that she's a bad girl, but maybe I could fix her because hot damn.
No, I don't want to fix her. I want I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't want to fix her. I want her to ruin me. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. This isn't a 4 kids stream, apparently.
No. But I do think, you know, if they ever wanted to do a little spin-off that was probably not for kids, there probably is a little bit of a rated R subplot between John and Elwood going by the name Dash Zenton at the time. And
I did love it how there's some decidedly not for kids stuff on the periphery of this show that Jod is just like, never mind. You find out when you grow up. And
oh yeah, like what's a concubine? that was a great that was a great like ask, and then he's like, and I know we're talking about pirate stories and murder, but you know you're not ready for that. But yeah, I love that episode. And then obviously the great Bryce Dallas Howard, you know, she directed episode 6, did a wonderful job with that. She's been an all-star.
I'm glad that this is now her last directed Star Wars episode.
Yeah, I will note that, you know, like as much as acclaim as Bryce Dallas Howard rightly receives, and everyone talks about her great episodes in season 1 and 2 in Mando, they somehow, you know, or Book of Boba Fett, they tend to overlook the fact that she was the director on the Jack Black and Lizzo episode of Mando that you love so very much. But I to be clear, the direction is not a problem in that episode.
Yeah, no, like nothing about that episode is her fault, you know. It's just there's some things that are beyond the control of the director.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just did my Mando season 3 rewatch, and I went through it, and I'm like, there was stuff I enjoyed here. In particular, always happy to see the battle droids, but that is pretty clearly my least favorite episode of Mando. And then just to finish off the director roster, Lee Isaac Chung, who has who is, you know, people will know from the film Minari, but this is actually his second foray into Star Wars because he did the episode of Mandalorian season 3, The Convert, which I know that not everyone loved because it kind of took the focus. I adore that episode. I think it's great. And I thought that his episode was great here. He just, in a very different, you know, tone, obviously, but that was almost like a spy thriller. He just got to do like a rip-roaring, you know, action thriller there. Oh, and Twisters, as 8984M points out in the chat, which I haven't seen yet. I want to.
I got to see that when on one of my trips to Maryland last year, which was something I was not expecting to enjoy that much, and turned out it was actually a lot of fun. So yeah, if we were doing a stream about that, I could get into quibbles about like the score is not nearly as good as the score for the original film. but if I just, you know, pull off the gas pedal a little bit, I can say that I still enjoyed the film immensely. So although there is a part of the movie where characters are inside a movie theater with a twister like pulling apart the movie theater, and it was a really weird experience to be sitting in a movie theater watching that transpire.
Yep. But he's an incredibly talented director. They all are, and I actually think that one of the things I admire most about the roster of the directors is that even though ultimately this is, you know, a John Watts and Christopher Ford show, and like they're the writer on every episode except for 5 and 6, which is Myung-Jo Wesner. Every time the director came in, like they brought their own kind of style to it, and you can tell that it's very much like, okay, these are the David Lowery episodes, this is the Daniels episode, this is the Jake Schreier episode, this is Bryce Dallas Howard, this is Lee Isaac Chung, and then John Watts, of course, you know, he directed the premiere and the finale, and also did a great job, you know, and this is I think ultimately. He deserves credit for the vision he had for this show, because it really, he pitched it as a movie originally, and they ended up making it into a series. And while I think that this would have been like a rip-roaring movie, we probably would have lost something, not just in terms of the smaller, you know, character moments, but also like John Watts would have been the director for all of it, and we wouldn't have gotten to see that David Lowery and the Daniels and Jake Schreier and Bryce Dallas Howard and Louise Isaac Chung put their stamp on it as well. So I think this ended up being the right medium for the story. And, while there's talk about, will there be a season 2? We don't know. I think it's almost a certainty that we will see these characters again in some form, whether it's in Filoni's movie or the Mandoverse. And I really hope that some of them get opportunities to do other things in Star Wars as well. Obviously Bryce Dallas Howard has become a staple. We mentioned Lee Isaac Chung has directed episodes before, but honestly, give any of these directors an opportunity to come back in Star Wars, and I think they could make something really special.
Yeah, so we devoted a good amount of time to the kids, and we can still talk about them more throughout the stream, but let's talk about Mr. Jude Law, because he was so good.
Yeah.
And I love how this completely dispensed with any and some of them had elements of truth, but so many people had theories going into the show, and it kind of ended up just being, there's no subterfuge really. It's the character is exactly who we're presented with.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right off the bat of the show, we're introduced to him as the pirate captain, Silvo, and there's no attempt at disguising the fact that it's Jude Law. And if anybody doesn't realize it's him by the third episode, it's we know that that John Donawit and Captain Silvo are the same person. And so, there's no attempt at concealing that, or, if we think he's a Jedi, he's still also a pirate captain, and you have to square those things. But then we find out pretty quickly that no, actually he's not a quote unquote Jedi. And then by the end of the show, we realize that he was a Jedi in training just long enough to learn how to use the Force a little bit. And we're told by many characters that he can't be trusted, and guess what? Surprise, he couldn't. But Jude Law's performance just made him such a wonderfully fascinating character that even when he started doing things that were really dark and sort of hurtful, as not only to the characters but to us, the audience, you could still understand what had brought him to this point in life. And even though there's no forgiving threatening children and telling them he's going to murder their parents unless they cooperate, it's still the portrayal is done in such a way that you see the pain behind his eyes, of the life that he's led. And also there is this element of, he makes a lot of threats and he will do things, but also he never seems to really want to go too far. If he can accomplish what he wants to accomplish through threats, but not necessarily have to follow through on them, that's his happy place. And even and when he sees that he's lost at the end, he doesn't go down in some attempt at wreaking revenge on the people who have foiled his plan. He just gives up. He's so I'm going to do a lot of bad things, but I'm not that guy who's going to murder people for no reason. So villain, but also three-dimensional, and maybe it feels so weird to say awful, but not as awful as other characters in the show.
Yeah, no, I mean, he is a complex and layered character, one that many people have taken to calling one of the best characters in Star Wars already, and I think that that's right. That's fair because he was outstanding. And I think that even knowing that Jude Law was going to be in this series, I was not prepared for just how impactful I was going to find his character and his performance, because it takes time for us to understand what this guy really is about. 894M is making the Beatles reference in the chat with the na 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 hey Jod reference, which is delightful, because one of the running jokes, of course, is the fact that almost every episode we learn another name for the character. I think we end up with 6. He is Jod Nanawood, but he is also Captain Silvo. He is Crimson Jack. He is Dash Zenton. He is Jodwick Zank. He is Professor Umium Gorlox of Scipio,
which might be my favorite.
Yes, which we'll get to that, because I thought that was a great little touch there. But in particular, he is a character who, as you said, every character we meet along the way is like, don't trust this guy. But we, as the audience, the show really kind of gets us to trust, Jude Law gets us to trust him, because he's just so goddamn charming in this role.
Yeah.
And he really is playing off of an archetype that we are very familiar with in Star Wars, as set by Han Solo, which is the scoundrel who actually has a heart of gold under. And as it turns out, Jod's heart is not made of gold. He loves gold, but his heart is perhaps made something of a little bit, darker material.
And I will just say, and they're not doing the same thing, so it's not fair to compare. But in the beginning, when he's introduced to the kids, he is doing something very similar to the character from Obi-Wan Kenobi. What's
Haja Estri?
Haja has no ability except as a con artist. But I never, as an audience member, I never bought that he was a Jedi, which we're not supposed to. So, like I said, it's not a fair comparison. But for a hot minute in this, I'm like, he's a bit of a scoundrel, but I think he actually might be a Jedi, because he does say all the right things, but he just says them in a way that it's kind of like he could be full of shit.
Yeah,
and he is.
Well, I mean,
but he is and he isn't, because he has been taught. He was taught these things. He's not just making stuff up, but he's just being dishonest about about the whole story. And but I found this to be a really compelling version of a sort of con artist Jedi who's there is something when we're first introduced to him that it is meant to feel sort of Obi-Wan Kenobi-ish, about his character. And it's just, I thought it was done really well, and I was kind of surprised that it was so quickly dispensed with, where he's like, you are a Jedi, aren't you? Actually, I never said that. And I kind of love that they went there so soon, and it kind of leaves us in this place of guessing, well, if he's not actually a Jedi, how does he have the Force? And how does he know how, he says things that the Jedi say, and he does, like I said, he is able to use the Force with, not the skill of a, fully trained Jedi, but, enough to get by. And so I just found it really interesting, and I kind of, liked that we're kind of left in that place for a long while, and we don't get some big Order 66 flashback, which apparently everybody in the fandom needed. But it's just so quickly sort of dispensed with in the last episode, where he explains what happened, and that's that. And it's actually rather simple in its sort of, in a very tragic way. And I just thought there were so many wonderful layers to play with this character who clearly has been scared his entire life
Hmm.
and is just looking for a sort of place and sense of belonging and to be safe,
Hmm.
to be secure. Um, and to the point that he's found this family with, these pirates
Hmm.
who, he convinces himself, he's like, they love me. And and like one of my favorite moments of his performance is when the pirate ship is going down. There's this look of such sadness and real loss on his face. And part of that may be because he grew attached to his crew. I'm sure there is an element of that, but I think it's also like the loss of this sort of idea of sort of safety that he had and a belonging
Hmm.
that without that, he's left with nothing,
Yeah.
and it was so interesting just
Yeah.
to watch Jude Law play all that. And I'm glad that we don't see him like die or anything at
Yeah.
the end of the series. It's kind of left very open-ended with Jod, and I'm happy because I want to see more of him.
Yeah, I was very glad that he lived too, and and the fact that he doesn't get quote unquote a redemption arc, although I clearly think there is room for it because, as you noted, that he is a character who ultimately makes the wrong choices throughout the series, but I do not believe he is an evil character, and in particular, this really crystallized for me in episode 5, which is the episode where Jod effectively turns to the dark side and figuratively and betrays the kids. And what I really nailed down to is I come back to what George Lucas's original philosophy about what is the nature of the dark side. And at its heart, there is a very simple concept, which is greed and fear. And those are the two things that ultimately cause Jod Nanawood, Jude Law's character, to turn away from his better instincts because he has those instincts. We see it. He has moments with all of the kids before his turn that are very like real and empathetic. And clearly, as you said, he does not want to hurt them. His conversation with Wim in episode 5, which you have on the screen there, like, he did not have to have that conversation. When he goes to check on Wim and he finds him crying, he at first seems like, oh, I want no part of this. I'm going to back away. And then he has that opportunity, and then he tries to kind of like play it off. But then when he sees that Wim really needs something, he sits down and he gives him, honest advice. And as you pointed out, that advice is a little bit, twisted because it is based in Jedi philosophy. He has kind of evolved it to suit his own ends when he talks about the idea that these things, that your fears, your anxieties, your parents, forget them. They're what you call attachments, and they're the last thing you need. And you can see how that was like the core of an idea that the Jedi who found him probably was trying to teach him. But once he lost her, it really became something where he realized, well, that I can't rely on anybody. But he also has he quotes Qui-Gon's very famous line, your focus determines your reality. And that actually comes back to be, I think, the most important piece of advice in the entire show, because what he says to Wim after that, as he says, you have vision, embrace it, make your life the life you want to live. And that is the advice that Wim ultimately takes, and all the kids take, even though it comes from a very flawed man. Because he sees himself in them, and I think that's one of the reasons why he becomes so cruel to them later when he's spitting at them that they're all weak, spoiled, selfish children. It's because I think he had seen that, like, when he was younger, the cost of that, and the fact that he had to grow up rough and haggard and living in a hole in the ground. Like, we hear that in every timbre of his voice whenever he talks about the past or he alludes to it. That speech about always being hungry, or the fact when he has the line about his master, the Jedi who found him. Which, incidentally, I will note, it recently has been revealed that an actress, Yasmin Al-Masiri, has revealed she actually was cast as the Jedi who found Jod. So they did film that scene and they cut it. And
see, now I'm really glad
Yeah.
I'm not on social media right now,
Yeah.
because oh god, I can only imagine the discourse around that.
I mean, it was unfortunate. I mean, people seem to be taking it in stride. I found it unfortunate
Okay.
because when I saw her, like, she took it in stride. She understands what happened, but she was talking about how excited she was to be the first Arab American Jedi ever on screen, and she's Palestinian. And the fact that she was cut so soon after they cut May Columnay's role from Gladiator, I'm like, this is not a good look. But I understand the instinct behind it, because John Watts and Christopher Ford have talked about the fact that the reason they cut the scene is they're like, the kids have never met anyone like Jod, and we really wanted to keep this grounded in perspective. They can't understand him. They can't understand why he's doing what he's doing. And if we as the audience go and have a flashback and see him, that kind of is more for us than for the kids. And I get that. I still would like to see the scene, and perhaps if there is a season 2, they could work it back in. But
also this is why I always get really bummed out when deleted scenes aren't included, on a physical media release, which I do think the show will have. But as to whether that scene makes it on there, deleted scenes are not as much of a common thing anymore. I think it's because a lot of filmmakers have come to the place where they're like, well, I cut these things for a reason, and the film you get is the film you get. And it's like, it's okay to let us peek behind the curtain a little bit. There was a reason you wrote and shot those things. Let us see them. You don't have to put them back in to the finished product, but it would be nice to see. And I think this definitely fits under that category of I think it would be really good to get to see the scene. And but I personally think it works really well to sort of leave it to our imagination and to just get Jod talking about it, because the way in which he talked about it is very important, and if we get a flashback, that's a very unobstructed view of the events that happened, whereas being told about it by Jod then puts a certain light on to it in a way that you don't just get if you just show it. And you have that moment where he's like, talking about when she found him and how that was, and then the sentence drifts off, and it's like, and you see in that moment that was something that would have been everything to him, and then he sort of blows past that and covers up the emotion he's feeling in that moment. And you can't get that with a just, what's the word I'm looking for? An unbiased, flashback. Now, granted, if they could have done both too, but there is something very strong, I think, about just having his recollection of it and how he feels about it. So, I get why it was done. It would still be cool to see the scene though.
No, I absolutely agree, and especially given the actress who would have been playing the role, I think it would have been important for Star Wars to have a character like that on screen, for representation purposes. But again, hopefully one day, and maybe we will still see it in season 2. But I'm in total agreement about the way that they reveal it in the series is note perfect, and it all comes down to Jude Law's performance. You mentioned the line when he's like, when I was, you're about your age, all I cared about was not starving. And then a Jedi found me. She was desperate and haggard like me, but she told me I had potential. And that was, well, And the look on his face when he cuts off that line, and the way he says, well, he almost can't, even though he's sharing this now with the kids, he can't bring himself to share what that meant to him. The fact that, he was a kid who never got his chance in many ways, and then finally thought he had it, and then it was taken away when, as he goes on to reveal, she only had a chance to teach me a little before they being the Empire and the Inquisitors, presumably, hunted her down. They made me watch as they killed her. And that you can tell that is the moment that essentially made him rethink, take all those lessons he had learned, and twist them into his own kind of selfish idea of, well, then the only thing in this galaxy that matters is cold, hard credits. And I will, and for those few tiny pinpricks of light that exist in this dark galaxy, I'll kill who I need to kill. And it's a terrifying line in the moment, because we don't know, like, is he actually about to cut down Wim's father, Wendell, or Fern's mother, Farah, or even the kids, God forbid. But it is very telling, as we've pointed out, that he ultimately doesn't do it, because that's not at his true heart. He doesn't want to hurt them. This series, in many respects, as people have rightly pointed out, it takes a little bit of inspiration from Treasure Island, and the character of John the Nawood / Captain Silva was very much inspired by Long John Silver, who also kind of has a bond with the young hero of the story, Jim Hawkins, but he's still a pirate, and he's still that's gonna be his instinct first. And in this case, Jod, is very much like, he wants the credits. That is why he does what he does. He wants control of the mint. That is why he ultimately, in that another great moment of acting from Jude Law, when you can see him processing once he's learned what the treasure is, and he's thinking, and then it takes him a while to turn around, and then he's like, I invoke my right to challenge the captain as per the code. And you're like, oh shit. But he is like, because he is like, ultimately, he is greedy, he is selfish, he is fearful, as we pointed out, and that is the nature of the dark side. But he never takes that step, that even though he threatens the character, and they play with the iconography of the very famous blue lightsaber being wielded at children that we are familiar with from the tragic story of Anakin Skywalker, but he doesn't cross that line. And that is why there's obviously Anakin was able to be redeemed after much turmoil, and his son seeing the good still in him. There's still hope for Jod, because he wouldn't make that choice, because he doesn't cross that line. And very tellingly, as you pointed out, when the kids successfully calling the X-Wings in the New Republic, he could have been lashing out in desperate anger and like, no, I'm taking you all hostage and you will be my ticket out of here. But instead, he tosses his blaster away. He acknowledges that he's beaten. And that little smile that you referenced as he's watching his ship go down, whether that's him like kind of musing on the fact that, these kids, they're all right, they did get the better of me, or if he's working on his next angle of potential escape, we don't know. But even though I was expecting there to be a little like epilogue stinger with Jod maybe in prison or having like escaped and off on his next, adventure, the more I reflect on it, the more I think that was the perfect note to leave the character.
Yeah, I will say, if I like, my only like little criticism of like the way everything wraps up is the fact, because we don't know what kind of shape a potential season 2 might take. I would have liked a little bit more resolution for the characters, like overall, because it does still kind of feel like it ends on a place of more's coming, and if this does end up being like the end of quote unquote skeleton crew, even if these characters show up later, I would have liked a little bit more finality to like the character relationships. But we don't know yet. So there could be a season 2 that just picks up a couple years later, and we could still get, an end to the story that is a bit more rounded out in terms of like, the character sort of reckoning with what they've gone through, over time. So like, but I will say that this show ends on a much more satisfying resolution than other shows. um, as in The Acolyte, which ends on a total cliffhanger of the story's not done and there's more, that needs to be, unfolded. This very much resolves the plot of the season, which I was happy to see because it actually feels quite rare, and nowadays. And so I thought that was good.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I was fully expecting there to be a post-credit scene, like mainly just because when I saw that the series was, that we got the final shot of Wim looking up at the X-wing with a smile on his face, and then it cuts to credits, and we get the special credits with the storybook ending. But it did feel to me like there was almost 6 minutes left on the finale. I'm like, this can't all just be credits. There's got to be at least a little stinger at the end. It was all credits.
Every episode. I looked today because I was trying to time out to see if I had enough time to finish before the stream, and it was going to be a little close. But then as the episodes were ending, I was looking at the timers and it said 6 minutes remaining. I'm like, oh shit, I'm gonna have more time than I thought. So yeah, I find that so annoying because they apply all that onto the total runtime on on Disney Plus, and it's like that is very fraudulent, and I'm not on board with that.
Yeah, and I mean, I ultimately thought that the finale resolved everything it needed to resolve in terms of the character and story beats. But I and a lot of people have finale anxiety going into the final episode. And they're like, how can they possibly wrap this all up in one more episode? I didn't really have that fear with this episode.
You know what? I don't have that anymore after you and I went through the Bad Batch.
Yeah,
and they could not have wrapped that up any more beautifully. And it felt, the length felt right. It didn't feel rushed. If there were certainly things that were left unaddressed that happened throughout this series as a whole, but as far as a dramatic finish to the show, it was very satisfying. So after that, I'm just kind of like, you know what? Maybe I'll be disappointed, with this final episode and what it does or doesn't get to, but it certainly is, they're perfectly capable of, sufficiently wrapping this up. So I'm not going to get stressed out over, how long a finale is anymore. It's just because I was clutching my pearls over the Bad Batch, and that ended up being for naught. So.
I was right there with you, but yeah, I think that this series, perhaps because it was a little bit more self-contained and had a lower.
Okay, to be fair, 8984M, I called bullshit on that right away. I was like, "There's no freaking way," and especially now with what we know, that would have amounted to an 11-minute episode. And or maybe they would have tacked the 6 minutes onto that. So who knows? But even so, a 17-minute episode, no freaking way.
As I was watching it, I was trying to see if maybe there was an episode that could have once been 17 minutes and they padded it out a little bit more. But maybe it was just.
Well, as I said right when we heard about that, I was like, if I turn on Disney Plus one week and it says 17 minutes, I'm not watching it that week. It's going to be the cold open to the next week's episode. I am never, ever going to because if I see 17 minutes on there, and especially if it says 17 minutes on the Disney Plus screen, as we've just established, the episode itself isn't even going to be 17 minutes. So that would be the time when I'm like, you know what? I can wait a week because this is bullshit. So I didn't buy it. I really didn't. and I'm glad that it ended up just being a rumor, because that would have been, I don't even know what to call that.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a good
not
reminder.
not to be too harsh on
Yeah,
you, 8984M. You hear what you hear. You know,
yeah.
it's not your fault.
Yeah, no, it's just where the phrase "grain of salt" comes in because guess what? A lot of internet rumors are total bunk. Although some do pan out, so you have to take it with a grain of salt. But like for instance, this show, I think like it was more that I didn't have the anxiety about like the finale wrapping everything up because it was a little bit of a more self-contained and in many respects lower stakes show, and I don't say that as a pejorative, just in the sense that this was a rare one of the rare Star Wars shows where like the fate of the galaxy is not hanging in the balance. Yes.
We never forget that famous
Yeah.
part of the Gettysburg Address.
Yeah, exactly. Fourscore and 7 years ago, there was a total internet piece of bullshit that was being spewed, and it's still happening today.
Who knows, though? Maybe in the future, people will actually, believe that such a statement came from Abraham Lincoln. We won't know the difference anymore.
No, when they stop when they start rewriting all the history textbooks, which
Yeah.
In particular, though, I think that this finale ultimately it served the primary story of the characters, and the questions that we still have unanswered are, I think, have a little bit more to do with the place of the story within the larger Star Wars galaxy. In particular, we haven't really touched along the mystery of Aten, which I'm sure we'll get into at some point. But like, how is the galaxy? How is the planet now going to be reintegrated into the galaxy now that the barrier's fallen? Perhaps that they recognize that was a little bit too big of a question to tackle in like a 5-minute epilogue.
Well, not only that, but I've got like 5 billion questions about the history of Aten.
Yeah.
That's like, and maybe we'll only get into that kind of stuff in books, which I would read and, right away. But I would like to see some more, but it wasn't necessary. Like, we didn't need that to sort of dramatically close out the story at hand. But like, yeah, I have a lot of questions about, like, it's clear that the Republic was still in communication with Aten up until the fall of said Republic, which means Palpatine might have known about it. Yeah. So again, like, more and more questions. So I look forward to, in what capacity we might find out some more information about all of that.
Yeah. And I'm sure we will get that at some point, because Star Wars will always, successfully it tells its story, and then if it needs to fill in, lore after the fact, they will. That's what the story group kind of does a little better, rather than dictating the story. In particular, though, the character beats that kind of closed the episode. I think every character got a fully realized arc, but sometimes you just want a little bit more. A lot of people were joking about the possibility of Neel having his Samwise Gamgee moment, and after the big adventure, finally getting up to go talk to the girl he likes, Runa. Although I'm of the opinion that Neel has had his heart stolen, and now he's probably got a picture of Hana hanging up on his wall.
Oh, that's controversial, Jared. Don't you know? That was inappropriate.
We'll get into that. I love the dynamic between those two characters.
And to be fair, I'm replying to things that I heard secondhand through Force Center, because I have not been like I said that I've been taking a step back from social media, but I have not been paying attention at all to Star Wars discourse.
Yeah.
So like, I'm just pulling things that I've heard from like the podcast and stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about the tone of the conversation, but
Yeah,
I suspect I'm not.
I hadn't heard anything on to that front, which is why I was surprised when it came up in the Force Center discourse, because I'm like, this feels very relatable. I described it as basically like the slightly younger guy has the slightly older girl who he kind of has a crush on, but she's a little bit unattainable, and then all of a sudden she shows a little bit of affection, kisses him on the cheek, and then it feels like his entire world is opened up, and I'm like, I get that. I've lived that moment. But in particular, but I just thought that and perhaps we're getting into this now, and I was thinking it would be later.
Well, no,
I found their dynamic very sweet.
Yeah, I do want to pause in a second. We'll do the mid-roll, and then we'll come back into the conversation, because it feels like a good pausing spot. Do you have anything else you want to say before we do that?
I mean, there's plenty more to say, but we can do the mid-roll first.
Yeah. Even though we just talked about the ending of the show, we're not done. So stay with us, everybody. But let's talk about what we have coming up, because hey, Jared, we actually went through and we set a schedule.
We did. We do that from time to
time. Yeah. It's great. So next week, we're going to be talking about the Robert Eggers film, The Lighthouse, which, as I said before, is the only one of Robert Eggers' films that I haven't yet seen. And I'm going to change that this week. I may actually watch it either tonight or tomorrow and then rewatch it at the end of the week. Because if it's anything that I've learned from his other movies, it's that repeat viewings are essential. Mm-hmm. And then the week after that, on February 2nd, we are going back to something that was one of the very first streams that I did on the channel. I did it with my Here Be Dragons co-hosts at the time, Stev and Nessie. We are going to be talking and celebrating the 25th anniversary of Gladiator.
Yes.
Just like it's such an understatement to say that it's one of the most important films for me, in the history of me being a cinephile. I still remember when I sat down in theaters to watch it, and it was just such a thrilling experience. And every time I go back to watch it, it's I'm completely spellbound. I remember it's probably about 10 years ago now, but they brought it back out into theaters, and the remastered high definition version of it. And I remember sitting in the theater, and when that opening DreamWorks logo comes on in the sepia tone with Hans Zimmer's music creeping in, I was like, oh God, I feel like it's 2000 again. It's just, yeah. So I can't wait to rewatch that, and I can't wait to talk about it with you, Jared.
I can't wait either. It's been Gladiator is a special movie to me, in particular because it's it's probably one of the first movies, R-rated movies, like adult movies, that I can remember seeing at a younger age and just absolutely adoring. It is the first movie I can recall outside of maybe a few Disney that actually made me cry at the end, and I just think it's a masterpiece. So really looking forward to talking. Yeah, and I really, really hope that the soundtrack gets an expanded release this year, because it is as we said, the 25th anniversary. Another big epic movie, The Patriot, is actually getting an expanded soundtrack release this Tuesday from Entrada Records. So I'll be buying that. I remember that. I remember when that came out, I was like, oh no, Mel Gibson historical epic, kind of like Braveheart, that's going to ruin Gladiator's chances at the Oscars, which ended up not being the case at all. Which, knowing some of what I know now about the fact that maybe a Roland Emmerich film was never going to be the lead contender at the Oscars, but I just crack up when I think about that. But yeah, I would love to have the actual
like full soundtrack for that, especially because the main like Maximus theme in the beginning of the movie when he's walking amongst his troops, that's always been truncated on the official soundtrack. And so to get the full extended version of that, which is just like one of my favorite musical beats out of any film ever, it's so like you're emotionally invested in, you know, in Maximus and the love that his men have for him, you know, and the movie has only been on for like 2 minutes and already you're like, I would die for this man. And so, yeah, I would absolutely love that. Hi, Cassie.
Hey, Cassie.
Welcome. Great to see you. Yeah, so there's that. Then we are probably taking February 9th, Super Bowl Sunday off. We talked about that. It seemed like unless something comes up and we're like, oh, we have to talk about that, then we might do that on Saturday that week. But otherwise, I think we'll just be taking the week off. But after that, come February 16th, we're going to be talking about the film Ex Machina, which is celebrating its 10th anniversary this year. Which, like, another one of those like movies that I kind of knew I was going to love before I even saw it. Like when I saw the trailer for that, I was like, oh, this is going to be good. And also it sort of solidified me being, you know, having a major crush on Alicia Vikander.
You and me both.
And just to run through some other stuff we'll be talking about the week after that, we're going to talk about the Disney film Cinderella, which you got me to watch, Jared.
Yes.
I hadn't seen it. We did a watch party for it some time ago. And it's probably like, granted, I think it's the only other live action like Disney remake other than Beauty and the Beast that I've actually seen. But it ended up being really good. And is probably the best one, even though, as I said, I haven't seen most of the others.
I've seen most of the others, and I can tell you, in my personal opinion, it is by far the best. It is actually my favorite version of the Cinderella story.
I loved it. I loved the cast, and the musical score by Patrick Doyle is just so beautiful. Especially there's a song that Cinderella sings throughout the film. That is just like when that hits at the end of the movie for the climax, it's like it's just so good. I can't wait to sort of gush about my emotions watching that. And then like I'm giving you guys, we're giving you guys a big preview of stuff coming ahead, but because I'm so excited about each of these. So we normally don't give like a full outlook of, you know, what we're doing, but I say the hell with it. On March 2nd, we're going to be doing another revisited episode. We're talking about the classic film Amadeus, which has always been one of my top 3 films. It has switched position over the years between spots 1, 2, and 3. But it's always been up there. It is one of the most important films, you know, to me ever made, and really started off my my love affair of classical music. I was a big fan of film scores before that, but that's what really got me into classical music in a big way. And finally, like that week, the week before that discussion we're having, the original theatrical version of Amadeus is being released on 4K, and it's the first home video release of the original version of the film since the 1997 DVD, which is ridiculous that it's taken that long, but it's finally been properly restored. And like it actually had to be reconstructed because the producer basically cut into the film negative to make the so-called director's cut, which was not really a director's cut. And And so it's taken this long to get the interest and the funding, and the Film Academy actually got involved to restore the film. And so this is a very big deal for fans of cinema, I think. And so to get to actually watch that version in gorgeous 4K, and to talk specifically about that original version of the film, I know it's going to be one of my favorite streams ever. And so, yeah, really looking forward to that. And then the last thing that we have scheduled into the future, on March 9th, we're going to be talking about the new Robert Eggers film, Nosferatu.
Which I'm so hyped for. That's the one I'm probably looking forward to the most out of all these great discussions we have planned.
I've seen the film in theaters twice. The second time, I actually got to go to a late night IMAX showing. And like having not just the size of the image, but really having the sound cranked up made that such an impressive experience, especially like the opening. There's a jump scare, and you know what I'm talking about, Jerry.
Yes, I do.
It's like, oh shit. It's just, it was so amazing to see that way, and yet at the same time, I'm really looking forward to getting it on home video. And there's going to be an extended cut of the film, which is a first for a Robert Eggers movie, and it'll be really interesting to see that. But at the same time, I feel like the version that went out in theaters was perfect. Like, you know, it's not one of those cases where you're like, oh, I can tell this was cut out or that was cut out. It felt like a finely tuned, you know, film. And so to just get an alternative version, you know, that'll flesh things out a bit more, I think is really exciting. And I'm looking forward to that. It'd be interesting to see if that ends up being a Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray exclusive, or if it'll be on the digital version that comes out, I believe, this coming week. So I would like it to be an exclusive to the physical media version, because make people buy that one.
I mean, like I'm going to be buying it for sure. So like, it makes no difference to me when we get that. But I am keen to see that extended version, because, as you said, like the original, the theatrical version feels so perfectly, it's such a perfectly paced movie, and I wonder, you know, what it is that the extended version is going to add to it. But I'm very eager to find out.
Yeah, just, I don't know. I'll take absolutely anything, you know. I'll take more of Willem Dafoe's like craziness, and I'll take more of the beautiful Lily Rose Depp, who, you know, as we both discussed, was an absolute revelation in this, and more foreboding shots of Bill Skarsgård as Count Orlok. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to make a joke, and maybe it'll give some more shots of his mustache, which is the one element of the movie that was like, that's a choice, but I ended up
really like, and I've heard that it's controversial, but I'm just like, no, it makes sense. It's not, you know, he doesn't look like the original Count Orlok, but like, I don't know, it makes sense. It's of the era.
I was gonna say, I think that's it. I think it's the fact that the original Nosferatu is, you know, has a very iconic look, and he does not have a mustache. He looks like a little, like, you know, gremlin a little bit more. But, you know, it makes sense for, like, you know, he's a Slavic nobleman, though they usually have mustaches. So yeah. I was just making a joke.
No, like the only thing that it took me back, and we'll get into this when we actually do the discussion, but like, I remember when Orlok first starts talking in the movie, I'm like, oh wow, they're really going into the sort of the serious version of What We Do in the Shadows. Like, but so there was this slight, like, is this supposed to have an element of humor about it? But then the further the movie went on, I wasn't laughing. Like, it just, like, becomes more and more horrific. And when I went to see the film a second time, I was like, oh no, I'm not laughing at Orlok. I'm taking him dead serious. And so, but I think that's the sort of hazard with there having been so many like parodies of vampires and the like, is that at a certain point the parody sort of, like, I know some people who can't take Star Wars seriously because of Spaceballs, you know, and it's, you know, it's just one of those things. But yeah, I think it actually only helped sort of add to the horror that unfolded as the film went on. The fact that I was sort of initially disarmed by like, oh, so that's the voice we're going with. and then to realize like how like monstrous Orlok truly is. It's like, yeah, it's anyway, as you can tell, we can't wait to talk about the movie because it was just so amazing. And like, you know, you've said that like Dune Part 2 is still your top choice for the year, but that this kind of threatened to overtake it a little bit. Like, that's how good it is. And
yeah, no, I mean, I've only seen it once, but who knows, maybe a second viewing will catapult it even higher. But I mean, obviously, Dune Part 2 is phenomenal as well. So yeah, it's there were good movies last year, even though I didn't get to see quite as many. But we've talked about a lot of them on this channel. In particular, but just to kind of circle it back from Nosferatu to the movie we'll be talking about next week, The Lighthouse, you know, you may be wondering if you were supposed to be laughing at certain scenes in Nosferatu. When you get to The Lighthouse, there will definitely be comedy. Trust me, it is a very dark movie in tones, but I've heard it described in certain quarters as a Lovecraftian horror comedy. And trust me, there is some funny shit in there in addition to some scary shit and some batshit insane shit.
well, because, and like, even though I tend to get really annoyed at people in theaters, like losing their shit laughing over things that are meant to be serious, I think there's a line that especially late night movie audiences can cross. That at a certain point, it's like, all right, shut the fuck up and just watch the movie seriously, please. But at the same time, I'm like, I do get the impulse, because there sometimes is a very thin line between what is terrifying and what is funny, because like, it's a defense mechanism. When you're terrified, if you can laugh, it sort of takes the edge off. You know, there was that element with Andy Serkis and Gollum in The Two Towers, especially the big scene where he's talking to himself, where it bounces back and forth between, you know, being frightening and being, a bit hilarious at times. And so I do understand where that impulse comes from. I remember, you know, and sometimes it's intentional, like There Will Be Blood ends with a very horrific sequence, but yet it's also very darkly humorous as well. So sometimes they, you know, they F with us too. It's like they make it so that we're not sure if we're supposed to, you know, be scared, taking it seriously, or laughing. And and there's a certain ingenious quality to that. So yeah. So I'd like to corner, you know, Robert Eggers and be like, were you baiting me to laugh with Orlok's accent, or like were you just completely legitimately like going all in on that? I would be interested. Regardless, like the execution of with the film as a whole and with Orlok as a character was so spellbinding and astonishing that I just, it is without a doubt one of the best films, not only of the year, but of in a long time. Like, Eggers is a genius. There's just no questioning that. And so I'm really looking forward to getting to talk about two of his films in the coming weeks. So
Yep.
So yeah. Anyway, so this has been an outrageously long mid-roll. let's go back into talking about something that bit more lighthearted than Robert Eggers films. The Star Wars Skeleton Crew. Now, I guess we can talk about episode 4 as a whole, because you were talking about the relationship between Neel and Hannah. I will say that I think, as you alluded to, we might land on opposite ends here. For me, this was actually my least favorite episode. And I think it's because I struggled a little bit with the sort of concepts of the planet and the fact that we're so willingly putting these children, not just on the front lines, but up as cannon fodder. It's like, it felt like that was the one time where the show, for me, kind of felt like it dipped into like, this feels like it could weirdly, even though it's very dark, but it also feels like a kid's show type of thing that it would do, where the adults would actually sacrifice the children and like take them that seriously as potential soldiers to actually force them to lead the soldier. It's this weird dichotomy of, on the one hand, it's very horrific, something you might like, the reality of it you wouldn't expect to see in a show more into kids, and yet the logic of it kind of felt more directed towards a younger audience, because I don't know, I think there was part of me that just felt like, I don't really buy that. I don't care how much they say that kids, that they treat kids equally as adults. Like, that's a very sadistic and crazy thing to do, and I don't quite know if I completely swallow it. So there's a lot in the episode that I do like, especially towards the end of the episode. I thought all that stuff was great when SM-33's memory comes back and all that, and I really did love the character stuff that we got with Neel. But I don't know, it's like I loved all the episodes, but something's got to rank at the bottom, and I think for me it was this episode. But I'd be interested for you to tell me why I'm a little bit wrong about my.
I mean, I don't really think you're wrong on that. Like, I mean, I would not call episode 4 one of my favorite episodes either. I just like,
okay.
I don't know exactly where what I would consider my least favorite episode. This is probably in the bottom half, but that's just because the rest of the show is so strong. But in particular, I think that what we may be kind of running into is that this is an episode that probably they clearly had a concept that they wanted to go with. Which is the idea of much more of a planet that is exactly like home, but as 8984M says, like, it's a more fantastical version of in real life, where the people we send into war are still just kids, 17 and 18. And, it is a true fact that there are countries in this world that are at war where kids even younger than that are being used as child soldiers. And for the kids who grew up on At-Aten, incredibly sheltered and, and protected from the galaxy of the whole, a very dark galaxy, like, this episode is really kind of designed to serve as a big wake-up call. Not just, that obviously they've already been, threatened by pirates, but like, people get that, like, pirates are dangerous and you don't want to cross them. This was kind of a different challenge, in the sense that, this was a place that was once, as the implication is offered, exactly like At-Aten. It was once one of the jewels of the Old Republic. And whether or not it was also a mint, or they had a different function, clearly it was designed by the same people, and it had the same societal structure, down to the fact that they have exactly the same buildings in exactly the same places, including the school with the big gun on the top, which comes back in the finale. But in particular, like, I think that the concept kind of maybe got a little bit more stretched, because even though it's, a shock to the system, It's meant to feel dangerous, but the danger is kind of kept a little bit on a low simmer, like the fact that this General Strix, who leads the Troik against the Hatans, kind of conscripts the kids into his army and is going to use them as like frontline cannon fodder. That's obviously a very dark, thing for him to do, but it also it's kind, the character is a little bit, he kind of comes across as a little bit, humorous in the way he has all of his certain lines and he keeps banging his stick. And then when he sends the kids into battle, it's notable the fact that they don't actually end up getting into the battle, because even though there's kind of like a pulse pounding, what's going to happen, they end up encountering Jod instead. And Jod has, somehow he's gotten the Yopis back from the Hatans, and what they notably do not show us, but they're spared that. Although, and I will just note that one thing I do love about this episode, even though it may not rank highest for me, it has one of my single favorite comedic beats in the entire series, which is when Jod first meets the Hatans and they start threatening him, and he gets down and he's like, you know what? Just shoot me. I cackled at that. I've cackled at it on every single watch, because who among us has not felt that way when you encounter
that is such in a show that is so much about sort of the way that kids and adults sort of differ and the way that they relate to each other. Like, that is such an adult thing to just be like, you know what, just shoot me. I'm so done.
Yeah, no, I like the I'm so done of it all is what makes it hilarious. Although clearly, he found his way out of that situation somehow, and it's notable that they don't show us that. And part of me wonders if it was to preserve the twist in episode 5. Did he actually just kill them all? That's possible. But in particular, so I'm saying that I get why there are concepts in this episode that I'm kind of like, that feels more interesting in theory than perhaps execution. But the reason the episode ultimately works for me is because of the character of Hannah and the relationship that she has with Neel. The actress Hala Findley, I thought she did a lovely job of making the character actually feel quite, grounded, because we don't get to see child soldiers very often. It seems kind of
and she's grounded because she likes to roll onto the ground.
Oh yes,
or does she slide? She slides to the ground. Okay.
That is one of the ongoing character beats that I get. Some people might find that a little silly, but I ended up finding it charming. The fact that she does all these completely unnecessary slides.
Well, in that case, she could have done that, or she could have just crouched and walked along. She decided to do it with some style. So
yeah. But I mean, again, it's that is a little bit but silly, but it worked for me because the emotional heart of the character actually is really sold it for me. The fact that she has grown up on this planet where all she's known is war and conflict, and it's one of those conflicts that, as Neel kind of points out, that nobody knows really who started it and why they're fighting. It's just that there are very limited resources on this world, and Neel, being an outsider, has this perspective, why can't you just say you're sorry? And we think about well, that's naive, but then we're but that actually is the right instinct. Why are you engaged in this endless conflict over Eopies, basically? And I think that his perspective, this is one of the classics of the genre, is Neel gets to learn a little bit about, he has his eyes opened, as well as his heart by Hannah, but she learns from him, that speech that she gives to him at, when she sees him throughout this episode, just giving little moments that she's never met anyone like him before, as she says, where he doesn't want to fight. And then when they go to get the rations, he gives his ration away to kids who are hungrier and need them more. And you see that little smile on her face when she's watching him do that. And then he's talking about the fact that you shouldn't have to be in a war all the time. In my home, it's different. And she is this is kind of all I know. But she kind of finds his optimism and his, hopeful. She thinks it's naive a little bit, but she recognizes its value, and the bond that they form is real. And like when he's terrified about going into battle, she volunteers to go with him because like when I'm scared too, but when I feel that way, it's better to be that way with a friend. And then ultimately it comes to the end where, after they're getting ready to part, and Neel, in a very, sweet, kid-like gesture, is basically like, you should come with us. My home has extra rooms. You can stay with us. And it's not just because I have a little crush on you. But in particular, but then she's like, no, like, this is my place. This is my, these are my people. I need to stay here. But, perhaps one day when I am leader of the Troik, I will remember this. And perhaps we can be different. Perhaps we can be better. Because of the lessons she has learned from this very sweet, sheltered boy. And I loved that dynamic, ultimately leading up to the moment where Neel was kind of overwhelmed. He's like, I don't know what to say. And she just kind of smiles and says, then for once, say nothing. And then gives him the little kiss on the cheek that sets his heart aflame. And does the little flip on her exit, which is just great.
I really hope that this is a conversation with all the complaining and bitching that the fans were doing about the Book of Boba Fett. I really hope that was a pointed, like, oh, you didn't like that? Take this.
It was true in 1999 with the Phantom Menace, and it is true now. Spinning is a good trick, and so is flipping.
I liked that sort of that back and forth about because Neel. Well, first of all, we should say that Neel is a very young kid, and so like he shouldn't be faulted for not realizing that the world is a complicated place, and that it's not quite as simple as saying you're sorry, and but again, he's a little kid. Like that's we shouldn't be seeking to completely take that naivety away from him. But at the same time, like it's a very good perspective to heed as well, that the natural state of things is not to want to fight regardless of what societies keep apparently getting taught over and over, that apparently fighting is what all we're meant to do. That's actually not true. And it's a reason why they always say out of the mouth of babes, and so it's something very important for her to take on and to recognize that he's right. You can't just have a constant state of endless fighting with no end goal in mind. It's not sustainable. And eventually all it's going to lead to is death and destruction for everyone. So even though it's a very idealistic, way of stating it to a certain degree, somebody has to say they're sorry. Not as simplistically as I'm sorry, but in principle it's sound, because violence is a never-ending cycle. And so so I think that Neel's not wrong, even though he of course is looking at it through the viewpoint of a child, which he is. She's also a child. She's not that much older, and it's not really right that she's, in the position of being a trained warrior and thinking about all this stuff. She actually should just be having fun. So yeah, it's I thought all that stuff was really good. And I'm totally on board with it. For me, the kiss was just a kind moment from her to him, and for any younger boy, it's gonna be like the whole universe has shifted on its axis.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't. Okay, so I'm a boy, like. Okay, so I guess I'm biased in that regard. I didn't have a problem
Yeah,
with it. If you want to if you want to take issue with it, fine. You know what? But I don't. It was.
Yeah,
It
no,
was.
yeah, that's the word I have for it. Is it's sweet? Is I found it like ultimately like I'm making the joke about the fact that Neel is now going to have like a picture of Hannah up on his wall because he's just that enamored of her. But like that, the dynamic is ultimately meant to be that these two characters shared a bond and the friendship, and then they learn something from each other. Hannah having the line as before the parting where she says like, I think I understand, she had previously said like, you must be from a very weak clan, which because that's kind of the way she understands the world. Like if you don't fight, things get taken from you or you get killed, so you have to fight for what's yours. You have to be strong. But then she has a line, I think I finally understand your weakness, it makes you kind, and my world could use some kindness. And like, even though she herself is not weak, she is very strong. Like it's very much implied she's going to take that lesson to heart. Whatever the future holds for Ad Akron and and for the Troik and for Hannah, I don't think she's going to forget that lesson or forget Neel anytime soon. And hopefully her world will be better for it. And maybe now that Ad Akron is open up to the world, to the galaxy again, maybe they can, people had the idea that one of the things they should probably do first with all this money they've been hoarding is, go and help at Akron so that, they don't have to be warring over EOPs all the time. And then Neel and Hannah can set up, the foreign exchange student program. And if there's anything to be had there, may it be.
Yeah, there is a certain a complication of in all this, and it's the fact that the people on at Atten are making all this money, but I'd say the adults are the ones who have to answer for that. And granted, it's all they know, and as far as they know, they're still making all that for the Republic. But somebody should have been asking, hey, why haven't there been any pickups in a while? And by the way, wanted to say hello to the one and only Thinkerbell. Thanks for joining us tonight. Yeah, and yeah. So, but for me, the really fun stuff of this episode came in the last few minutes when, and actually, I feel like we should take a step back here for a moment, because so much of the climax of episode 4, is about the character of SM-33, and we haven't really talked about him.
We should, because he is fantastic.
Let's heap praise upon the great Nick Frost, who
this is one of the best.
I would never have guessed, honestly, that this was Nick Frost. But he's obviously an absolute genius at comedy, and I love his work. In all the movies like Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz, and and the like, and but what he does with SM-33 is just incredible. Not to mention, obviously the special effects work and the animatronics, and the whole team, behind the scenes at Lucasfilm. Like they've all really come together to make this really great character. And I don't care if I'm jumping towards the end of the series, but like honestly, like it might be my favorite moment of the entire series. It's certainly my favorite moment with him is just, when Fern is going, I call unclaimsies and claim the shit for kids only. And John says, afraid it doesn't work like that. And then he gets punched by SM-33. Aye, but it's close enough.
Yeah, Yes. It is such a great moment. It's a cheer-worthy moment. It's a funny moment, and it's such a pirate moment because the fact that we love our pirates in movies. In particular, big fans of the Pirates of the Caribbean series. And the moment he said that, the first thing that obviously immediately popped into my mind is Captain Barbossa talking about the pirate code. And he's like, and thirdly, the codes are more what you call guidelines than actual rules. Like SM-33 is a true pirate in that way. And that is one of the geniuses of his character design. It's notable that basically every single Star Wars project that has come out, not only in the Disney era, but in for most of the run of the franchise, they always introduce a new droid character, it seems like. And it can be sometimes hard to make those feel distinct. But I think they've done a great job with it. And SM-33 is a character who, on his surface, you might think like, oh, that's a little ridiculous. That he's literally a pirate droid who is playing into all the pirate archetypes. Not only the fact that he's called SM-33, which is a play on Shmi, but the fact that he is has like a peg leg and one eye with a little hole for the snowball the rat to live in, and the fact, of course, that he literally talks like a pirate and plays into all the piratey tropes with the and the fact that he just is so enthusiastic about being a pirate. Like, some of the single best comedy in the series is when he's waxing poetic about his home on Skull Ridge Mountain, Lanupa. And then he gets so infuriated when he's like, they ruined it. And they're walking through the hotel of this beautiful planet. And he's like, well, where are the fighting pits? And then he's like, you can't play a shanty on a harp. I'm just like, this is what, like, Nick Frost is a genius for this.
Well, I just love it because he's so undroid like in a lot of ways, because and we've seen so many droids like C-3PO who are clearly robots. They're they have their programming, and SM-33 is programmed to be a pirate. And he's it's such a joy. I love whenever we get droids that are just off. Yeah. And they're weird, and they have such wonderful personalities. What's the name of the droid from Rebels?
Chopper?
No, not Chopper.
I know who you're talking about. AP5?
AP5, that's right. And clearly a droid, but he's just got this, like, talking about just being done with everything. Like, that's him in a nutshell. And I just I just love it when they allow droids to really have a big personality.
Yeah.
And that is SM-33.
Yeah, he perhaps has one of the biggest personalities of any droid that we've seen, because as I mentioned, he's a pirate. And he loves being a pirate. And like another great moment from earlier in his run is when they're getting ready. They're on the Port Borgo and they're trying to escape. And Fern is like, why did you bring us to a pirate port full of pirates? And he's like, because we are also pirates. And then she's like, we're not pirates, we're kids. And the line gets cut off, but I love the way he's like, why cannot kids be pirates? And you're like, why indeed? SM-33. Why indeed?
Oh, and speaking of that whole sequence, like, let's make a quick digression just to talk about this little guy.
Oh, Teak, yes.
Teak, yeah.
Which was a big deal when they announced that was coming back, because they're from the Battle for Endor movies that were.
And I knew it would just be a small little appearance. Like, I loved how it really did, and all the love to her in the world. I'm not like taking taking her down or anything for this, but I did love that, they turned it over on Force Center. They turned it over to Jennifer to wildly speculate about it. And they started talking about, oh, what if we go to Endor,
Yeah.
and there's this whole thing. And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, I love you guys, but no, he's going to make a quick little appearance and that's going to be it. And he makes 2 quick little appearances.
Oh, yeah. And another great SM-33 line about him when they open up the pod and he's there and he's like, this wee ferryman will take you to the port. And you're just...
And he gets so excited when he gets paid with the Old Republic, the money, and it's just he gets all and then stampers off. So no, it was like, I love it whenever we get to get really great practical use out of puppets and animatronics and stuff, because it is such a big part of Star Wars. And speaking of which, I want to get back to SM-33 because actually that's quite on topic for him as well. The use of animatronics and practical effects, but also just the assortment of alien characters that we get in the show. You want to talk about Star Wars being pulpy? Like, this is as pulp as it gets. I just love that, Brutus, which I take great joy in, because it's a Star Wars alien that was actually in that species is in the cantina in the original version of Star Wars. Removed by George Lucas and replaced with the different aliens. So it always makes me really happy when I see that species, in Star Wars. And this was the biggest appearance yet. And so it's such a great character, and I love getting to see, him and Jod, or Silva go head to head, and then it really is quite delicious when when Jod gets the better of him, and he's just like, Silvo.
Yeah. He's a great character. Shistavinen is Brutus's species, the big wolf man, as they were originally marketed. Back in the days before all these species were named, they would name them based on how they look. That's how we got Walrus Man and Wolf Man and Hammerhead, which there are a lot of Ithorians in this series too. And yeah, the alien diversity is just wonderful. It makes it feel like pulpy, Wonderland. And in particular, it's also notable that Atten does have aliens, but it seems like they're very integrated into the fabric of society and it's only Rhodians and Ithorians and Neo species, which I believe are called Myconans, not a Max Rebo species, unfortunately.
I finally had to admit that when we saw the adult versions.
Yeah.
Namely his parents. I'm like, okay, that's clearly not the same species, which, I was sad to have to let go of, of being indignant about that. I was like, I don't care what they're saying. That's clearly the same. It's not.
No. I mean, and so the great, does Max Rebo have arms or not? Debate will live on. But yeah.
In some people's minds.
In some people's minds, I'm of the opinion that he does. But in particular, and then at the Vesuvians or the other species, Runa species with the big eye and the little antenna. But I love when they first arrive at Borgo, and Neo, who we would think of as an alien, they're like, look, aliens, and he looks at them and go by, he's like, they're so weird looking, and I'm like, yes, they are, and that's what's so wonderful about them. Whether it's the big crab guy, or it's the horse-faced bartender with the multiple eyes, or even Vane himself, is a Nycto, is a species we see more frequently in the Mandalorian verse. But all of them, in particular, as a little Galupshido thing, I will call out the Gran, who has one of his eye stalks missing and the little patch over it. And the reason I love that character in particular is that there's a moment in the opening sequence where Silvo has just tried to open the vault, and there's only one credit in there, and then Brutus is getting ready to turn on him, and that character, that Gran, before Jude Law sighs and says mutiny, then he kind of like, he reaches out and like pats him on the back and is basically like, yeah, you know what's going to happen now, buddy. And I'm sorry, but yeah, we do have to mutiny on you now. And then Jude Law punches him in the face. And
it's like we still like you, but there's really no choice here.
And speaking of characters losing eyes, another great moment is in that opening sequence with the Ishi Tib, who comes onto the ship and gets shot in the eye, but obviously that's not where his brain is, so he lives to fight another day. And then we later see him getting like the mechanical eye. I loved all the aliens in this show. It's not every series needs them. Like one of the famous criticisms of Andor is that it doesn't have enough aliens. And that never really bothered me too much about the show because it's so good otherwise. But it's also one of the reasons I do like having that flavor. And it's one of the reasons why in Andor, when Dewey and Freedy come onto the scene, I love this so much.
I will say, just to digress from it, like the only time that I really kind of, I don't really rub up against, the lack of aliens, like in the majority of the locations that we get, because we do get some background in aliens, on what's the planet that Cassian and
Ferrets.
On Ferrets, like we do see some aliens like pop up in the background and stuff like that. Most of the time, like, because it's a big galaxy, it's it doesn't really pull me out of it. The only time that I will say that I kind of would have liked to see more variety is on Coruscant. And again, we do get aliens sort of in the background, but it's namely in those scenes where where Mon Mothma is like entertaining guests and stuff. We do see a couple peppered throughout the background, but although they're curiously standing very, very still. But just because of what we've seen with Coruscant in the past in Star Wars, it would have been nice to see more alien species and have, like her interacting with more of them. So that would be the only time that really stuck out a little bit for me was that, but aside from that, it was never really an issue. But at the same time, I watch something like this and it's like, this is so much fun. It's like, this is the Star Wars mishmash of different alien species that, that we've loved ever since the first Cantina scene in Star Wars. And it's really fun.
Yeah, and obviously there are aliens who are major characters, and then there are aliens who are just background weirdos. In particular, I love when they go to Lanupa, the spa planet. The banking clan is holding a summit there, and we get to see the Munes, who are still kicking around, and they're lounging in the baths. And it's like, not so. So it turns out, like not all, like the banking clan made it out okay, even after Palpatine nationalized them. Like they're still kicking like the slimy corporate types they are, but they're going to have their corporate retreat and do a little white collar crime on the side. And
I've never that's sort of the thing about Star Wars, as sort of outlandish as Star Wars can get. It's sadly very realistic in terms of who survives these great governmental changeovers. It's like you've still got the really, despicable, characters who seem to survive and carry on. And there's a reason why things fall back into chaos even after the New Republic comes into existence. Like that's why we end up with the First Order, and all that. So yeah, I was like, of course the banking clan is still up to no good.
Yeah. Yep, and nary a Darth Plagueis in sight, unfortunately. But their mutants come in many shapes and sizes. And since we're on Wanupa and talking about aliens, I would be remiss if we didn't mention another great little, or I shouldn't say little, giant weirdo. Bye, Cassie. Stay safe. Cathalops. Who was a character who was in the trailer very briefly, and it looked like he was going to be this like giant monster. Like they're like, we're not alone down here. There's something dangerous. And then it turns out he's just the chillest dude. he wants to chill in a hot mud bath and get story time.
I love how he like sees Jod, and within like 5 seconds he sizes him up, and he's like, yeah, what you heard was right. You can't trust this guy.
And as it turns out, that is very accurate. Good call, Cathalops.
Yeah, no, and then we did a hut on that planet, in the mud bath, and
a hut who eats another little weirdo for a snack, then it's implied that he's gone through this before. The "oh no, not again, sir," which is a very dark joke. But
yeah, like I was like, wait a second, what does that imply exactly?
I think it implies he took the long way through the. Which is not something I needed to see, but it's a good joke.
Oh God. Yeah, well, we're gonna get back to SM-33 in a few minutes, but like there's so much about like we could any one of these episodes we could just digress and talk about, but I love the entire, you mentioned SM-33's gripes about the planet. Now they ruined it. And Jod is so happy to be there until he finds out that they're going to be in trouble. Yeah, no, he keeps the bribes going, wants to upgrade the suite and all that, and until, he runs into Kelly MacDonald, gorgeous alien Kelly MacDonald, and then he's like, okay, no, we got to be quick. And that leads to that great scene in the suite where all the kids are having the time of their life. He's like, are you listening to me? It's like a band of murderous pirates is coming.
Yeah, and then another great joke where he's like, are you listening to any of this? And they're like, of course. And they're like, what is the last thing I said? Are you listening to any of this? And then that's when he really blows his lid, because this, again, Jod, I think we ultimately think he has some good qualities, and clearly, has some affection for the kids. But this is the episode where he's really like, I can't believe I'm being led around by this group of children. I'm the famous pirate Captain Silvo. Like, I need to find a way to get in charge again. And ultimately he does. But yeah, it's again, that was this episode. I just thought.
Well, I feel like this is the episode where we get so many moments of like peak nice Jod, funny Jod.
Yep.
Like common sense Jod. So he's like, stop joking around, we're in trouble. So he garners a lot of the audience's like sympathies throughout this episode, and it's all building up to that, the twist at the end where he makes the worst possible decision. And gives into his greed. I think it's just brilliant, because this is also the episode where he sits down next to Wynn and talks to him, about keeping his spirit. Which, by the way, like I will just say that this show really cut deep for me in sort of Wynn's trauma as well, what he has kind of gone through, because he's lost his mother, and that's one of the things that gets Jod to come over and sort of sit down next to him when Wynn says, I miss my mom and dad, and and Jod says, chin up, you'll be back with them soon. And then one says, not my mom. And it just, oh God. And that got me. And I talked about this back when the show was first on, that first week. But there's also an exchange between him and his dad before, all the trouble starts. And he says to his dad, can you read a story to me like mom used to? And dad says, no, he can't go to sleep. And then he turns around before leaving. He's like, aren't you getting a little old for stories? And his dad just completely misses what that's about, and so that stuff really hit home with me that, that so much of what is driving Wim is that loss he's feeling and the grief. And so, I obviously something like that is going to, register on a different level with me than perhaps with some other viewers. But I just thought that was really effective and made me feel really, really sorry for women. Like dad, just connect with him. That's what he needs. And they do get there eventually, but it's sort of some back and forth of, I do love the stuff with Wim's dad, who also the actor who plays, his dad also gives an amazing performance. I love the stuff when he's on the bike in the last episode, and when they when they made that successful jump over, and Wim's like, it worked. And or we made it, and his dad, who was like opposed to all that, he's like, "Whoa, did you see that?"
Yeah. No, Tunde Abempe is the Adebempe is the Wendell, and he does give a great performance as a character who is designed to be frustrating because he is very much the overworked suburban dad who perhaps isn't spending as much time with his kid as he should. Always read your kids' stories, folks. But in particular, I think that he ends up becoming a very he's the another great heart of the show in many ways because he is Wim's dad, and clearly, even though we don't get specifics, they've suffered a shared trauma and loss in the loss of Wim's mother at some time before the events of the series. And clearly Wendell has kind of dealt with it by delving his head back into this job of a level 7 systems coordinator that he doesn't seem like he likes very much, but is clearly probably pretty good at, as attested by the fact that he can get the power back on at the end. But Wim has kind of retreated into it, clearly into these stories and these fantasies. And it's an important dynamic because this is the reason that we haven't talked a lot about the beginning of the show. This is the reason the entire adventure happens, is because Wim is so enamored with these stories. He is very much a character who, in the classic Luke Skywalker vein, always this one a long time have I watched, always all his life has he looked to the future, to the horizon, never his mind on where he was, what he was doing. And that's a character archetype that, obviously needs to grow and change, but it is, Wim is obsessed with becoming a Jedi, and that piece of advice from Yoda, the most famous Jedi of all, is, it's Wim's arc that he needs to go on throughout the series. But his dad has an arc too. His dad basically needs to learn to open up and live again, and not, be, so fixated that he misses what's important right in front of him. And that's why there's that great moment when they reunite finally. And Wim had been so worried about going back to see his dad because he's like, am I going to be in trouble? I still have to take assessment. And then he stops before hugging him. And then Wendell just pulls him into that big embrace. And it's, and makes it clear that he loves his son very, very much. He just doesn't have the best way of expressing it. But he learns. And then you get the sense by the end that they will have a closer relationship.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of difficulty between them when they're not actually able to really talk it out because because Wynn can't really say everything that's going on because he's being watched by the droid. So there is still some like issues that present themselves during that scene where they're sitting at the table. But then once the power goes out and Wynn can actually, say what's been going on, that's when I think their relationship really starts to flourish. But that's also why it would have been nice to, again, not really a criticism, because hopefully this story will go on in some capacity, but it would have been nice to see some like after the fact resolution, for the characters. But again, like, I'm going to reserve judgment on that until we find out what kind of lies ahead for these characters in the show. Oh, it's possible Jared may have been called away, because he did say he was on call and he might have to take a phone call. So yeah, we're just going to take a breather here for a second. Hope you guys have been enjoying this. Yeah, you're absolutely right on 8984. I feel that. It's not to get too therapist couch about it, but it's like, I do kind of feel, it feels reminiscent of some stuff I've gone through with my own dad over the years, especially. I feel like after we lost my mom, he and I kind of got closer just by necessity. And I think that's where Wim and Wendell need to get to. They need to sort of break down the barrier, because once you lose someone that's instrumental to your lives, you can't just have a normal, father-child dynamic, because that in a lot of cases, when you have your mother in the picture, that's doing a lot of the sort of emotional heavy lifting of the parent-child dynamic, because fathers are kind of told by our society that they can be sort of more emotionally distant, and they're the caregivers, and they're like sort of taking care of the house financially and all that stuff. And so it's given over to mothers, and in a lot of cases, to take care of sort of the child's emotional needs. And so it can be very difficult when the mother is no longer in the picture. And yeah, so that's something that I think my dad and I have kind of gone through, and we're coming out the other side a little bit. Like, I think we've gotten closer since my own mom's passing. So yeah, so that's something that I definitely identified with watching the show, and why it kind of really annoyed me that that Wendell didn't read didn't read Wim, his story. It's like, dude, don't you know what this kid needs from you? And yeah, so it seems like their relationship is going to be on a better footing moving forward. So I look forward to seeing that, in the future, hopefully. And just so you all know, I got a message from Jared. I was ready. He's on a call. So yeah, I'm just going to ramble for for a few minutes. I'm getting a new phone. For the first time in a number of years, I'm getting a new phone. I'm going for a plus-sized iPhone, so that I can, which, is the opposite of what I should do, because I should actually not be spending as much time watching stuff on my phone. But that's just I know this is just going to encourage me to actually sit on my phone and, and watch TV shows and stuff on that if I have a bigger screen, which is ridiculous. I have a much bigger screen in the living room. I should be using that. Yeah. So so there's that. And yeah, it's maybe I'll just go on talking about the show for a little bit. Well, God, I don't know. We kind of rambled all over the place, so I'm not even sure where to take the discussion next, especially if I'm just talking to myself. Yeah, it is. I am looking forward to it. I'm just need to remind myself not to use that as an excuse to spend more time on social media apps, which is something that's, I mentioned before that I've been taking time away from it, but I'm really trying to make a concentrated effort now to not do any of that, with the exception being I do still spend time in our Slack group that Jared and I have with all of our friends that we've accumulated over the years. It's named after the last YouTube channel I was a part of, called Here Be Dragons. And also, and I hang out, I every once in a while do pop into the Force Center Discord, as you know. But those, I feel like, are ways of engaging in healthy discussion with friends, whereas more proper social media apps have just become so toxic and unhealthy that I don't get any enjoyment out of them anymore, even though I have quite a number of friends who are on them. I don't feel like it's a good, it's not good for my mental health. So I've been doing it less and less. And
Hey, sorry to leave you hanging. I had for people who aren't who are just watching and understand. I'm on call right now, so if I get a call from the answering service, I need to take it. So that was just me giving some advice to somebody, but now I'm back. Hopefully they won't call again.
Yeah, I just decided to ramble for a couple minutes about the new iPhone that I'm getting, and how I hope it doesn't encourage me to lean back into unhealthy habits.
Yeah, I think that's always a danger. In particular, I think I've seriously considered deleting some of the social media apps from my phone, just so that, because when they're right there, it's so easy to go to them. But I feel like that might help me spend less time there. And I've done a good job cutting down myself as well. But yeah, the risk is always there to fall back.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I do. The thing is, it's weird, because when you get caught up in it, it's so easy to keep doing it. But if you actually take some time to instead invest in reading a book, and spend a few days doing that, you're like, oh, I'm much happier doing this. And which, by the way, I should say right now, after having finished reading Children of Dune, I'm now reading Queen's Hope, the final book in the trilogy of Padme and Sabe novels by E.K. Johnston, and enjoying it immensely. So yeah, and this is quite an easy read, so I should be done with that in a couple more days. And then I have to decide what I'm doing next. Am I staying in the young adult realm and reading the 4 Dark Crystal YA books, which I've been wanting to do for a while, or should I move on to the Witcher novels, which are, obviously more adult books? So yeah, I have some decisions to make, but we'll see. Yeah, I think the books are absolutely fantastic. I'm obviously really, really biased here, because I was just so excited when I read Queen's Shadow and realized, oh, this isn't just a Padme book. This is also a Sabe book. And yay, Kira is a main character in this new Star Wars book. And that's been the case for the other books as well. And so, yeah, and not even trying to hide the fact that, yeah, it's just a joy because I get to read about Kira in Star Wars. And not the other Kira, not Amelia Clark Kira, but Kira Knightley Kira.
Yep. And now we have another Kira in Star Wars, because I don't know for sure what her name, but I have a hunch that Ryan Kira Armstrong is of the age when perhaps that is when the naming conventions may have struck. Although she spells it differently, obviously, with the I, which is incidentally how Kira Knightley is credited in the Phantom Menace, with the IE instead of the EI. But yeah, it's Sabe is great. We love Sabe, and not just because she was played by Keira Knightley.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's not a reason.
No, it's not. Of course not.
Yeah. So yeah, how do we get on? Oh yeah, I was talking about cutting down on social media and reading books more. It's much healthier. People do that.
Yeah, I should take that advice more too. I've got a whole stack of books that I haven't gotten to.
Yeah, and it's a funny thing because I have no business going into a bookstore ever, because I have enough books probably to get me through the rest of my life. So yeah, but yeah, so if I was smart, I would just put all my effort into just reading the books that I have, and I wouldn't be tempted to any purchases throughout the rest of the year, and and the wiring in my brain would be on a much healthier level just by all that reading, which is much better than doom scrolling. But let's venture back over to talking about Skeleton Crew.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about the relationship between Wim and Wendell, and the kind of the difficulties that they were encountering with communication. And I talked about the fact that Wim is clearly a very imaginative kid, and this has kind of become his retreat from the kind of the loss of his mom, and also the emotionally distant relationship he has with his father at first, and then how they mend that. And you were kind of sharing some of your experiences.
Yeah, and I feel like I've finished getting through that line of thought while you were on the phone. Yeah, it just made it very personal to me, and which is probably why I had more patience with Wim as a character early on than I did, say, with Fern, probably just because Wim had my sympathies just for, sort of going through all that. But yeah, no, it's hopefully he and his dad are in a better place moving forward.
Yeah, no, I think that all of the kids will have better relationships with their parents, because another character we haven't really touched on as much is Carrie Condon as Undersecretary Farah, who is Fern's mother, as we learn, and she is a character who is obviously, we love Carrie Condon, as anyone who watched our review of Banshees of Inisherin can attest, but she is a character who, when we first meet her, we're all like, oh, we all know this character and we're not really vibing with it. The very strict, school marm kind of upper admin kind of character. When she comes in and gives that speech to the class, you're just like, we've all had this moment in class where the teacher comes in and speaks to us a little condescendingly, and we're like, come on. I'm also you talked about her being in the Banshees of Inisherin, which is true, and a lot of people know her from Better Call Saul as well. I know her, and still will always know her, from Rome, where she played Octavia, and even though of all the characters in that circle of characters in Rome, she's one of the better characters, in terms of morality, or at least at first. Maybe she does some stuff later on in season 1 that you're kind of not good.
But you know, she's not like a murderer, or you know, she's not trying to, you know, do horrible things to people. But she is still embroiled in that sort of that world of political games and all that. So I think it was actually a nice surprise that her character was as nice and well-meaning in this as she is, because when she first pops up in, you know, in the premiere, I'm like, she knows more than she's letting on. She's behind some, you know, some big secrets. And as it turns out, actually, she doesn't, you know, she knows a little bit. She knows
She
more
knows.
than some other people, but she's not nefarious in any way.
No, no. I mean, she has her heart in the right place. You know,
Yeah.
her character is probably the character. I mean, I found her arc in the finale particularly potent because she is the character who, as you know, an undersecretary, probably the highest ranking human on the planet, other beyond who, you know, and one of the people who knows that they're being ruled over by the droid version of Stephen Fry.
By the way, like, as soon as his voice popped up, I was like, "Oh my god, it's Stephen Fry!"
Yes, we'll touch on him because he's kind of a fun character. But although ominous character in many ways. But in particular, you know, she is, you know, kind of very, you know, she's strict and she follows the rules, but like it's very gratifying to see her have to learn and adapt over the course of the series. You know, at first, like when the other parents are kind of trying to, you know, go around and get the find a way to communicate with their kids, and she is like, no, we have to do this through the proper channels. And when those, like, the supervisor isn't going to help us, we have to do something. And to her credit, she learns. And then she has the great moment where, like, when they're all doing the little relay race with the communicator and getting stunned by the droids, which is another great moment of comedy. That again, these characters are not, you know, used to doing these type of feats, but the fact that they get it done because it's one after another, they pass it on, and she is the one who's left with it at the end and actually gets the message out. And then
and I think this was mentioned on one of the Force Center episodes, but what I really love about that moment is the way she, you know, lets go into the sky, and like she keeps her arms up almost as like a prayer to like keep it going, you know, and so you know it hopefully doesn't get like knocked out of the sky or something.
Yeah.
I just thought that was a really great visual.
Yeah, no, and it's like it's her like putting all of her hope and her love into that moment, as she does in the message as well. And then at the end, we learn that, you know, again, contrasting hope with fear, like she has to listen to her daughter Fern about the fear of what it means if they take down the barrier, because she is terrified of the larger galaxy. It's something she's never experienced. And she's like, she thinks that they can't survive if the barrier comes down. But then that Fern gets the great moment, the great speech where she gets to kind of talk to her mom and say basically that, you know, like, yes, the galaxy is scary. Yes, there is a lot of darkness, but everywhere we went, there were good people too. And you have to trust me. You have to believe that this is the right thing to do. And then when they're struggling, you know, John and Wendell are struggling, and they're kind of at a stalemate, and Farah is the one who actually has to put her hand on the lever with Wendell, and together they pull it down and take down the barrier. Like that's
Which, by the way, like, that struggle between Jod and Wendell may be one of the most like viscerally, you know, painful representations of using the Force. The fact that Jod was actually using the Force to like pull back on Wendell's fingers,
yeah,
I was like, ugh. Yeah. And yeah, I thought that was great, and yeah, just to see that Farah, you know, listens to her daughter and you know, and takes it down. And I really did like that, you know, that dialogue from Fern, just about even in the worst places there were good people who helped us. It's like, again, this is really a great show for kind of what we need right now. It's important to remember that, as much as it's easy to get very cynical about the world, God, especially right now. But it's along the lines of a conversation that you and I have had off the air, for lack of a better term, which is, it's easy to look at a world that's getting darker and just be very cynical about it, and just have this overwhelming sense of dread and doom. But you do have to remember that, just as Fern says in this, that even in the scariest, darkest places, there are good people. May be hard to remember that, but it's true. And I think it's something that we have to, to always hold on to. And I found that to be a really inspiring moment of hope.
Yeah.
In this.
It's a classic Star Wars idea. And our friends at Force Center, I believe Joseph in the review on the finale talked about the fact that like both Fern and Jude talk about the same idea, that like the galaxy is scary and dark and there are these few pinpricks of light, but Jude chooses to focus on the darkness and Fern kind of looks at the light. It reminds me of another line from the finale of True Detective, season 1, where Matthew McConaughey's character is looking up at the night sky, and they're commenting on the fact that the sky is so dark and there's a lot of darkness in the world, and he says, "Yeah, but once upon a time there was only darkness. If you ask me, the light's winning." And that is kind of an idea that gets played with in the Revenge of the Sith novelization, with the idea that the dark is patient and generous and overwhelming, but one lone candle is enough to hold it back. And it ties into I saw somebody on social media link it to two of my other favorite moments in the saga, which is the line from The Phantom Menace when Anakin tells his mom, Mom, you said the biggest problem in the universe is nobody helps each other. And then and linking it all the way to another favorite moment from episode 9, the arrival of the Citizens Fleet, and the fact that this overwhelming darkness can't comprehend that this is how they're going to fall. And in particular, the one of the First Order admirals, Francis Chris, looking out the window, and when Emmerich Pride says, like, how are they doing this? They have no navy. And he just says, it's not a navy, sir. It's just people. And that is good people who came together to do an incredible thing. And that is what happened. This is a smaller stakes show. It doesn't have the same galactic, spanning events, but that, like, the characters that they meet throughout their journey, as they reference, like the Theoan, shall we say, adult worker who they encounter on the brothel, Kim, Hana on Ad Akron, Cathalops on Lanupa. Like, none of these characters had to help our heroes. They didn't know them. They had no connection with them previously, but they did. They did it out of the goodness of their heart. And that was enough to get the kids home out of this impossible situation. That and their own ingenuity and courage.
Yeah, it's I can't help but but recall another favorite moment of mine, and big surprise, there's overlap between Star Wars and Tolkien, or at least Lord of the Rings. It's not a moment strictly from Tolkien in sort of dialogue, but at least in spirit, from The Hobbit, An Unexpected Journey, that great moment when Galadriel says to Gandalf, why the halfling? And Gandalf says, I do not know. Saruman thinks that it is only great strength that can keep evil in check. But that is not what I have found. I found it's in small things, in the good deeds of ordinary folk that keeps the darkness at bay. Why Bilbo Baggins? Perhaps it's because I'm afraid, and he gives me courage. And yeah, it's things like this that's, as our own world gets darker, it's moments like that and moments like this in Star Wars that sort of keep the hope alive for me. And yeah, I prefer that to Jod's outlook on things.
And it's something that no matter where the Star Wars story, goes next, whatever series or movie awaits us, like that is the one thing that Star Wars has never lost sight of, and I hope it never does, because that is the core of the franchise to me. The idea of that, hope, choice, found family, and the idea that good people, if they can make the right choices, and trust each other and work together, that they can overcome the greatest evil. And that is something that that the franchise has excelled at. And again, this may have been a smaller scale story, but it was there at the heart, and it's one of the reasons I found that finale so powerful.
Let's run through a couple characters that we sadly have skipped over. She's not a big one, but I did want to mention, since you just mentioned her, the character that the girls meet on the pirate planet, which is another ingenious moment of the show, sort of, tipping its hat to the adult audience, like we know where she works. And it seems like Fern maybe has an idea, but the other kids are ignorant of it. Especially Wim, who's like, let's go in there and ask. It's like, no, you shouldn't be going in there.
Yeah.
But this is a really warm moment, because it's in this den of thieves on this pirate. Is it a moon or?
It's kind of like it's built into an asteroid, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. And she sees that these children are just wandering around, and she just goes immediately to try and get them to safety as quickly as possible. And it's just like, it was really, that goes into what we were just talking about. It's, one of the first, moments in this scary galaxy where they encounter this kind of, kindness and concern. And I think it's a beautiful moment, even though they think they're, that she's trying to, take advantage of them. It's like, no, actually, you need to get out of here, and really fast.
Yeah, no, at 8984M points out in the chat, there's also a dark undertone to her caring. And like, I think part of that is the idea that like, she may have once been at their age, found in a situation where she found her way into this life. She may have been trafficked or something along those lines. And that obviously, again, kind of speaks to the perspective of like, if you can look at the galaxy and basically say that like, it's a selfish, it's a dark, dangerous place. You have to look out for your number one first and foremost, or you can recognize that like, it doesn't have to be that way. You can make a difference. And while the girls end up not trusting her in that moment, because they're still early on in their adventure, like she gets them, out of their immediate area of danger. And she was, her intentions, I believe, were good.
Yeah, and so, by the way, her character's name is Melna, and she's played by Paloma Garcia Lee.
Yep.
Yeah, no, great job. So small role, but I thought she was really good. We had Gunter, one of the pirates, played by Jaleel White. Many of us know as Urkel himself, or at other times Stefan Urkel.
Yes.
It's like I could have taken even more of him. He didn't really, have any kind of arc or anything. He just, was one of the pirates, but it was fun to see him,
Yeah. No, absolutely. He kind of gets to play. You know, the pirate crew has a number of different recurring faces, but you know, obviously he has a very distinctive look with his little like eye computer. And I found him very entertaining throughout the series. Even though, you know, yes, it's like obviously like you don't want your one actor to always be associated with that one role, but like it's few actors have ever been more associated with a role than Jaleel White is with Steve Urkel. So you know, but it's nice to see him get to do other things here in Star Wars.
Yeah, I just like, it really brought me back. I was thinking about this a couple months ago when I was thinking about him being in the show, and it just made me realize just how much that I loved watching that show as a kid. And it was one of those, you know, I think it was part of like, you know, the TGIF lineup on ABC, if I'm not mistaken. And it just was one of those sort of, you know, part of my, you know, Friday night routine with my parents. I was like, yeah, come on, Family Matters is on. And so, yeah.
It was great. And in particular, you were mentioning another character who, before we leave Borgo, I did want to shout out another great little cameo who I did not realize at the time, but the Benjar Pranik, voiced by Alfred Molina. When I saw that name in the credits, I was like, what? The Alfred Molina? And yes, the very same. And I should have remembered he does have a Lucasfilm connection because obviously he's been in Indiana Jones. But
wait, so was he the character who talks to John?
Yeah, he's the Ishi Tib pirate who is when John is trying to spirit SM-33 away, he comes in and then he it's like, oh, you were the best skipper I ever had. Come sit with your old crewmate and share some stories. And then when John is trying to leave, he's like, but actually, I am going to sell you back out to Brutus. You know, I am a still pirate.
Well, I was about to say, why use Alfred Molina in a role? But it really doesn't preclude him from doing something else in the Star Wars universe either, because, you know, he's doing the voice of, you know, of, you know, an alien character who we don't see any kind of human face. So yeah, it was amazing. I actually didn't even know that was him. But it makes complete sense, and it was a great performance because we really do get the sense that you know, many of the crew actually really loved you know, having Silvo as a captain, and would probably prefer him over Brutus. But you know, it was time to mutiny. There was no getting around it, and.
Yeah, they're there. Yeah. You know what we have to do.
And now we can. I feel like now's a good time to go ahead and talk about. You know, I can't believe we've gone this long, but let's face it, the real star of this show, and that is Kim.
Yes. Yeah, no, I had mentioned on one of our other streams a few weeks back where like I had submitted the question to our Force Center friends, basically asking about favorite weirdos from the last 5 years of Star Wars, and I cited some of mine, which were our Cal O'Neill from The Rise of Skywalker and Dewey and Freedy from Andor, among others. And I'm like, I sent that question in basically like a week or two before Skeleton Crew. I'm like, if I just waited, Kim instantly would have been on that list, because the second she shows up, I'm just like, we've never seen anything like this in Star Wars before, and I love it. And she's voiced by Aaliyah Shawkat, so even better.
And this picture really doesn't do justice because you can't see Kim flapping around, you know. But you know, you do get a close up of her wonderful design here. I absolutely loved her, and the only one of my only disappointments of the show is that we didn't get more of her in the finale. We just get a hologram image of her. She gets off a couple of good lines, but this is why I'm like, no, she's got to pop up in other Star Wars stuff now. there's plenty of room for her in this period of time. I like it. Like if there was more, if this show had aired when it was supposed to, I'd say we'd be guaranteed to get Kim in the Mando and Grogu movie.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if it, like, because they wouldn't have had time to see the reaction to Kim, but they might have been able to anticipate how much of a hit she would be. So maybe she finds her way into the movie. It would be nice, but I say like this is one of those characters like Carson Teva that just needs to be in everything from this period.
Yes. No, I wholeheartedly loved her, and like she has a very cool role. It's not she's not just there as like like an interesting background character. Like she has like a job in Star Wars that we haven't seen much of, which is basically as an astrogation, navigator. She is like she's set up on that observatory moon, like charting all the hyperspace lanes and cataloging all the planets. And I'm like, this is actually like a really cool like version of a character to have in Star Wars. And her lair, like her on that observatory moon, is just awesome. Like I knowing your connection to this, Gwen, I've seen some people like compare that setup and Kim herself to like the Dark Crystal, and I'm like, I see it. I see.
Which, by the way, I didn't mention this earlier when I was talking about soundtracks coming out. Like, sorry for the digression, but like, hey everybody, I just a couple days ago ordered from La La Land Records a new 3-disc deluxe expanded edition of the Dark Crystal score, which actually is the full score for the initial rough cut of the movie that had a lot more scenes. And actually that original version of the film was supposed to have the Skeksis talking in their own language, not in English. If you search online, you can find like a rough version of that longer cut, just if you're so interested. But so this is a really big deal because the composer Trevor Jones actually for a long time was just keeping his music like locked up in his own vault and wasn't willing to like let like labels do like expanded releases of his scores. And now he's sort of opening up to that, and which means hopefully I'm really hoping we get some like I would love expanded things like his scores for some of those 90s NBC miniseries like Merlin and Cleopatra and stuff like that he did. But also I'm thinking Last of the Mohicans. I'm so excited at the possibility of a longer release of that score. So anyway, so sorry, I just had to go on about that. That'll be shipping out. They start shipping that CD set on Tuesday, so I'm really psyched about that. If you're even the slightest bit of the Dark Crystal fan of the Dark Crystal, check out lalalandrecords.com. And yes, I'm like, they're not paying me, but I will promote them every chance I get. But anyway, digression over. Yeah, it reminds me a lot of Audra and her observatory, but also just because of the owl element, my mind also went to Clash of the Titans and that mechanical,
Yep.
Owl that was supposed to apparently, like, it's supposed to be a real owl, but it's so clearly not, which I always found hilarious. So that's where my mind initially went. But then after somebody said Audra's observatory, I was like, oh yeah, like totally. Yeah, Kim's less freaky looking and scary than Audra.
Yeah.
but yeah, God, we could go on about the trauma that every child who saw the Dark Crystal at age went through.
That's me. I know you love the movie, Gwen. I've only seen it once. I think it was because I was way too young when I saw it, and it did kind of traumatize me. But
I'm a much bigger fan of the Netflix series, which was sadly canceled after one season. I think that is probably my favorite thing that Netflix has ever done. And it's much more I feel like it's the storytelling is better. What makes the Dark Crystal film so great is the sort of the technical achievement of what it is, and it does have a lot of like it's steeped in myth and all that. It's really good, but the execution is still like you know, you could tell that with Age of Resistance they benefited from the advancements of technology and the fact that they could focus a bit more on storytelling and world building with the series. So like, I don't know. I would honestly really love it if you would give the series a chance, even though it didn't get a real proper chance to wrap up. I still think it's well worth watching. And it would be a personal favor to me if you checked it out. But I also understand that if you're just too, if the movie left too much of a sort of freaked out, imprint on you, then like I get it. But that is one of those things that I'm like, if you're so inclined, it would really, I'd love to get your response to it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I will. Like, it's been in my Netflix queue because I knew how much you loved it. And like, to be honest, like if I watched The Dark Crystal now, it would be fine. I think I was again a little too young, like because my parents put it on, and that because like this will be a fun movie for kids, and then I'm like, what the fuck, the sketch scenes.
I love teasing Erin about it because she's not. Although I think she's still freaked out by them, but the Skeksis are not the major thing that freak her out. It's the Gelfling, because they're meant to be more human.
Yeah.
But it's not quite there. So she just finds sort of the uncanny valley of it all just to be a bit freaky, which is hilarious because I think the Gelfling are cute, especially in Age of Resistance. But I am always teasing her and being like, whenever we do like a meetup, a Here Be Dragons meetup somewhere, I'm always like, I'll search out like a recreation of a Gelfling and like post a picture and be like, I thought I'd bring this along. Erin, what do you think? So yeah, it's a long running joke, but yeah. I get it. Like I do get it, but still, I think it's a phenomenal series.
Yeah, I will watch it. But to get back to Skeleton Crew, another phenomenal series. Kim is outstanding, both as in the design of the character and the role she plays in the story. As again, someone who doesn't necessarily need to help the kids, but does so out of the goodness of her heart, and the fact that again she has this connection with the New Republic, and it ends up being a very important thematic lesson because the kids basically they've never left that out, and they don't know what X-Wings are. They don't even know about the Galactic Civil War. They don't know Alderaan blew up, and she kind of gets to fill some of that in for them, and then. Obviously, they still are trusting Jod at this point. So, when she sends the X-Wings after them, we get to see our heroes shooting at the X-Wings, which is an interesting dynamic. But it ultimately all pays off in the episode 6 and the finale. Like, those are the good guys. Those are the real good guys.
I do love the whole, Neel, I need you to take the wheel. Neel, why does he get to pilot the ship?
Yeah. He does a good job,
He does a great job. Yeah, this is still what, and sort of going back to Wim for a second, this is like, it's a really great part of his development that actually happens rather early on, where because he initially starts off like wanting to be the captain and wanting to sort of take charge and do everything, but I feel like he rather quickly kind of learns that actually he's not suited for leadership. He wants the excitement of going out on an adventure, but he recognizes that like other people are better at sort of taking charge, and that's why we get in episode 4 when he acknowledges that Fern is, doing a really good job at leading them through all this. And I kind of like that they didn't like linger on that as part of Wim's character for like the whole season or anything thing where he needs to get over, wanting to be the one in charge. He actually does what I think is a really human thing, which is like, everybody thinks they want to, sort of be in that position. And then once you go out into the world, and you very quickly, might realize, actually, no, I'd rather you just tell me what to do, and then I can I can do it. So I really enjoyed that about him.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's his arc ultimately, be given his obsession with Jedi, like he really has to go through, even though he does not appear to be, force sensitive in the traditional sense, as Jod says earlier, the force flows through us all, and Wim needs to learn what it truly is to be a Jedi, which is, adventure, excitement. A Jedi craves not these things, but not because it's like that you can't have fun with those, but because the true calling of a Jedi is to, help people and to, be compassionate. And that is something that, Wim obviously has in spades. He just needs to learn to channel it. And it leads, of course, to the absolutely beautiful scene we touched on earlier, my favorite scene in the show, where he actually gets to save KB's life. And it's not as exciting as one would have expected, but it is the moment where he, as many characters have been telling him, throughout the series, you need to grow up. He does in that moment. Even if he doesn't realize it, he did an incredible thing there with KB's help. She had the technical know-how, but she was, physically paralyzed because of, her systems, her OGs shutting down. And so Wim had to do it, and he doesn't panic. He doesn't question it. He manages to do it and save her life. And that is a true Jedi moment. And he earns that moniker from KB, which is, again, made me tear up because I just found it.
Well, and yeah, and it's what makes that moment at the end of the series so powerful, because you could argue, like, it's perfectly clear that Jod is not a Jedi. Regardless of what power he might have with the Force, but I think Wim holds on to this notion of, okay, maybe he's not technically a Jedi, but he has the use of the Force, and he seems to want to help, and so maybe he still embodies those things. So it's that season long arc of Wim to come to that place when you get that final sort of showdown with Jod as he's threatening Wendell, and when finally says, with so much pain in his face, "You are no Jedi." It's that full recognition of the betrayal of Jod and the revelation of his true nature.
Yeah, and but it's telling that he's like, you're no Jedi, but that doesn't break his faith in the ideals of the Jedi.
Yeah.
It's because he's still, it's still what carries him through. And obviously another absolutely hell yes moment in the finale was after we got the incredibly great comedic beat, but also sad beat in episode 5, where Wim finally gets to pick up a lightsaber and has to point it at Jod because Jod's betraying them in this moment, and he tries to ignite it and he ignites it the wrong way and has to, and it's a hilarious moment, but because all we would, but it's heartbreaking.
I see how it can be read as hilarious, and maybe some people, but I don't know. I didn't take that. I just found it and you did just mention this, but I think it's completely heartbreaking when he ignites that saber, and it immediately it showed, because I think it shows in that moment how dangerous this weapon is, and we sometimes forget that. And how somebody not trained in how to use it, it echoes what Jod says a moment before when he's like, "This isn't one of your stories, Wim," and so it's really kind of a scary moment for Wim when he realizes, I'm not going to. This isn't my hero moment. I'm not igniting the saber and becoming, the Jedi I never knew I was. And so, going with what you were saying, it is a really fist pumping moment. in the last episode where Jod is acknowledging, his defeat, but also, the women standing there with the ignited lightsaber. And, it really is just, it's the moment that he deserves, and we're happy to see it.
It is, and I think the hilarity it comes more from outside the story in that moment, because in the sense of like we all want a lightsaber, but all of us kind of recognize that if we had one, most of us would cut our own hand off. So I think it was more playing on that idea, but it's in the series it's heartbreaking, and in the finale when he actually is now living up to the Jedi ideals truly, and he gets to ignite the blade the right way and wield it against this guy who had undergone some Jedi training but had ultimately taken a different path. It's incredibly satisfying. And I also love the moment before that when Jod is trying to pull the lightsaber out of his hand, and Wim is holding on and he's not letting go. And then Fern comes over and she puts her hand on the lightsaber as well and is holding it back. Like that is another,
well, and it's a great moment for the children and the adults, because Fern is helping Wim hold on to the lightsaber, while at the same moment, Farah helps Wendell, by using her hands on top of his to bring the shield, to bring the barrier down. And so I know it's a simple thing, but I love symmetry in my storytelling.
As a very wise man once said, it's like poetry, it rhymes.
Yeah.
But that's a great moment. Like one of the things I loved so much about the finale is that everyone got their moment. Wim gets his moment to kind of use his imagination and his power to like not only like stand up to Jabba, but like distract him with his storytelling. And Fern gets to like demonstrate her leadership and kind of inspire her mother. We haven't touched on and Neel gets to fire the big turbo laser, which is awesome. Very courageous of him. But like in particular, we haven't touched on KB's moment. She's the one who actually has to take the ship out and call for help for Kim and the X-wing.
That is such a like, you want to talk about I know we're to talk about the moment to heap praise on KB, and we'll do that as well. But I also want to say, like, talk about another great moment for Jude Law, when he says, you think you can just take your ship above the surface and call for help? You don't know what you've done. And we see that it's because, more of, his ships are up there, and they shoot the ship down. And you can tell that, he doesn't want that to happen. He does care about the kids, regardless of, all that he goes on about. And so you can see that look on his face as the ship, goes down, and he's like, I didn't want any of this to happen. It's, it's like, I just wanted to get my winnings, my money, and and for everybody else to fall in line. You all weren't supposed to resist and then get hurt. It's just that wonderful, multi-layered, performance of his that he gives to Jod, which I thought was so great. But I do want to make sure we're talking about KB as well. That is a great moment. It's like it really is her big hero moment, and I love seeing her, talk to Kim again, who told her, if she needed help, call her anytime. And I love the fact she's like, can you send some X-Wings? I'll call the New Republic. They're the best pirate busters in the galaxy.
And she'll do one better. She won't just send X-wings. She's going to send B-wings with their awesome particle beam. which I love to see as a B-wing aficionado. But I loved that moment, not only because it was paying off, again, KB's, story arc, and the idea of like, Jod has the great conversation with her in episode 3 where she's like, I've calculated the odds. It's odds that you're not you're who you say you are. And he's like, not everything in the galaxy can be calculated. Sometimes you have to trust your gut. And then Kim has the advice, like, did he tell you to trust your gut? Use your head. Get out of this. And she ends up using both. And in addition to her heart, the great empathy and courage that she shows. But it's a triumphant moment when she succeeds. It's also one of my favorite directed moments in the finale, even though it's, terrifying in the moment, is after KB gets shot down and we're seeing the ship falling and Jude Law and Jod is like, she'll never make it. And we as an audience are so conditioned, we're going to see the ship fall and fall and fall, and then it's going to fall out of sight, and it's going to wait for a bit. And we know that it's like, and then we're going to see it soaring triumphantly back up because KB managed to fix it, because she can fix anything, as her lovely moms, Murray and Garay, have urged. But in that moment, she doesn't rise. She falls out of sight, and she doesn't come back up. And that subverts our expectations, and the show, they linger on it just enough for the doubt. And then I remember one of the most visceral moments in the finale is Fern scream when she thinks that KB has fallen. Like, that really got me. And obviously, it's very plausible that KB could have died doing that, and that would have been a tragedy. But we get to the end of the series, and it pays off in the great moment when they go.
I did see it. I'm like, oh, it wasn't a super fiery explosion as it hit the ground. She'll be okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I thought that even if she wasn't okay, she might be like injured, because she's paralyzed without.
But it's sufficient to like lend weight to the reaction of Fern and the other characters that she's in mortal danger. And also with this being the type of show that it is, I didn't foresee a situation where they end the season with one of the kids actually dying. But it's to give us like enough sort of doubt to actually fear for the survival of the characters, which I think they pulled off well.
Yeah, and they play with it very effectively in the moment where they race to find her, and then the ramp opens up and all the treasure spills out, and then KB slides out looking completely limp, and we're like, oh no, is she dead or is she injured? And then they race to her, and then all of a sudden she just sits right back up and it's like, did we win? and then they all.
Although now I am thinking about, we're like, oh, she just rolls gently down the money. I just think of that cutaway in Family Guy when Peter does the Scrooge McDuck like dive into the gold, and he's like, it's not a soft pool, it's a hard, it's a solid surface that forms a hard impact. And he's all bloodied up. So I just think of that a little bit, but it's a cinematic device that's it's a nice deposit of gold coins will make for a cushioned landing.
Yeah, and at least he didn't have to fight a giant chicken. But I love that moment. I love the finale beat, and I love the series.
I was also so worried when like SM-33 doesn't immediately get out of the ship. I'm like, get out of there! That thing is coming down.
You're in good company with Wendell and Farah in that moment where the kids are trying to have their nice emotional moment. They're like, get out from under there! You don't want to have an entire adventure to get crushed at the end, which is a very mom and dad thing to say.
And so when he got out there, I was like, okay, I can breathe it. But it's I just like and like I said, it's sort of my only like sort of thing that I about the ending is like everything about it is really satisfying, provided it's like gonna continue. And I do think the show did a better job than a lot of other shows, at especially Star Wars shows, at like giving like resolution to the overall story of the season. But I just like, it's sort of like, it's like you want the ending of A Christmas Carol. You want, you know, to have that time of Scrooge going around and sort of basking in his change and his newfound relationships with, you know, all the characters and stuff. So I kind of wanted, like, if this was going to be it for the story, I wanted like the characters to like get to spend a couple minutes together, like post, you know, you know, post end of the adventure and all that, and get to like sort of acknowledge what they'd been through and how their dynamics have changed and all that, which, you know, it's implied throughout the action and all that, but I would have liked just some breathing time at the end. But if we get more, then, you know, then it's fine. I did find myself like wanting a little bit of that, you know, even if if it had been like a post-credit sequence and we got a little bit of that would have been nice. But like I said, I think on the whole they did a better job wrapping things up than a lot of shows do when they're kind of banking on a season 2, and they're like, we're going to end on a giant cliffhanger, and this show doesn't do that. But it does feel like there's more, and then there's more to tell. Not like I said, not in terms of like the immediate plot, because that does get resolved, but like there's still more that I want to see with the characters, and I would like to get some more sort of backstory on some things as well. But yeah, fingers crossed that we get some kind of continuation.
Yeah, no, I think that I think it's a certainty that we will get a continuation of these characters. It's just a question of, is it going to be a Skeleton Crew season 2, or is it going to be in Dave Filoni's movie, or is it going to be in books and publishing? Which, again, I would prefer it to this story continue on screen so that we can continue to have these wonderful actors portray these characters. But maybe the books would be a better medium for like filling in the backstory of At and that kind of stuff. But I think that
which I'm fine with. I know for a lot of people, for them it needs to be like on screen, and don't get me wrong. And in most cases, I'm like, yes, give me on like I you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on with the character of Kira in the comic books, and I'm like, no, I want Amelia Clark, you know, on screen. And I do think it's telling that they haven't yet done anything with the immediate post Solo time period with her and Maul. I feel like they would have done that if they weren't still holding out for, you know, for her to do it in live action. So yeah. So most of the time I am like, yes, I do want to see this stuff in live action, but I'm also very open to stuff in books. I love reading the stories and novels, which I suspect Filoni is very much holding on to the Obi-Wan Satine story for animation.
Yeah.
But I also have to be honest, I wouldn't mind reading it in a novel. I think that would be a great venue for it. I'm not as much of a fan of getting the stuff in comics. Because, and it's not because the art can very often be absolutely gorgeous, but like storytelling in comics is so brief. You don't really get to sink into the emotions, because it's like, you know, you read a panel onto the next, and then before you know it, you're kind of through the story. There's exceptions to that. I really respond to sort of like graphic novel, traditional novel hybrids. Like I think the best example of that is a Watchmen, which I think is an absolutely brilliant piece of fiction. But that's because it's very big, and you get all these wonderfully written, passages in between the actual traditional comic, sections and stuff, and somehow it has a gravity to it that really works. But most of the time I'm like, no, if you're doing a book, I would prefer a traditional novel, because you can get inside the characters' heads and really absorb all that. So I don't know where I was going with that necessarily, but which is just to say I'm on board with like novels if they went that route for certain things. I can't wait to read the political thriller that's coming out, as a tie into Andor.
Oh yeah,
This year.
I think it's called The Mask of Fear. Yeah.
Which I believe takes place like in the aftermath of Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be great. And I think I read something online that somebody had an early glimpse of it, and they were like, "Oh my God, it's amazing!" So I'm really looking forward to that. So books can be great.
Yeah. No, I tried my best to keep up with Star Wars books. They are it's hard because there are a lot. There are definitely a few.
You just have to pick the ones that you really want to get to, because I think there are people who can get to all of them, and I'm like, no, I don't have time for that. But I will pick the ones that I really want to focus on, and I will absolutely read the hell out of those.
Yeah, and even like I have Legends favorites. I like to, but I'm with you on comics. Like as much as I adore Star Wars and want to take in as much of it as I possibly can, the comics are kind of where I ended up drawing the line. I'm like, there are way too freaking many of these things, and I just don't have time to read them.
Well, that's the other thing. Like, I would actually like to read some of both the Kira stuff and the Kira stuff, the Sabe stuff. But the problem is that the characters jump across these different titles, and to be completely honest, I don't know what to read.
Yeah.
There's so much of it under like different umbrellas and, like I said, different titles, that it's like, well, what comes in what order? And it's like, if they could release like a trade paperback that like has all the relevant Kira stuff in order, like I would pick that up and I would read it, but I can't follow like issue by issue and figure out what I need to read and all that. It's a lot. And so, which is why I've made it really easy on myself. I say easy, they're enormous, but I've picked up a bunch of the over the past few years. I picked up a lot of the omnibuses of the old classic X-Men comics, and like that's what I need. I need a big ass book that has just all the issues that tell a story, and then I can get into that. But if it's left to me to figure out what I need to read, it's just too complicated and it's too much. So
yeah, all of that is a long way of saying for us that like we would prefer that this series, if for follow-up storytelling, to continue in live action on the screen, either in a movie or a season 2. But we'll take a book, but please no comics, unless it's for supplementary material.
Which I want to be clear, like, because I have bought a lot of comics. I'm not anti-comic in the least bit.
No, I'm clear with that.
And I know that a lot of people, for them, like that is their favorite sort of medium for storytelling. I think it's great, but I do think in the case of like these franchises, they can become a bit unwieldy, which is why I always prefer those collected editions. But in that case, you have to wait until everything's done, and And I don't think that they've done something like that for like individual characters like Kira or Sabe, which I would really like to have, because there's a lot of storytelling there that I would like to know about, especially in the case of Sabe, because I've seen a little bit of it. I know she gets up to some stuff with Vader, which has to be incredibly intriguing. But I'm like, either give me like a big collected edition of those issues to read, or for God's sakes, just write some traditional novels so I can read those, because I don't want to miss out on stuff for some of those characters.
Yeah, of course. Easier said than done.
Yeah.
But yeah. No, so it kind of feels like we might be wrapping up.
The only thing that I did want to just mention real quick before we wrap up, because it is such a big moment for his character, I just want to mention it's when Jod sees the mint.
Yes.
And the way like his face, he's just so in awe of everything before him, and he just touches one piece of gold, and then it all starts to trickle down, and he just like falls at the altar of it and just starts like laughing with joy. And it's such a like amazing but utterly heartbreaking moment, and I just think it's one of his finest moments in the series, and it's which by the way, like, and I get why it was like, I get why the system is like this. I'm not criticizing like it as like a plot issue or anything like that, but I just think it is so freaking hilarious that they just welcome him in, and like no questions asked until it's too late, when the supervisor is like, which by the way, we didn't talk that much. We mentioned Stephen Fry's name, but we did, like, there's definitely a whole visually, there's a whole HAL 9000 thing going on with the supervisor, but he's much more charismatic than HAL.
Yes.
But anytime Stephen Fry is in Star Wars, I'm like, I'm gonna take it, even if it is just as a a big gigantic droid.
Yeah, no, he injects a lot of personality into that giant spherical thing, and I think that moment with and 894 points out, hey, Hal was funny in his own way. Yes, indeed he was, but it's a very dry wit, which Stephen Fry had a little bit more lightness and charm to him, even though he's playing a kind of ominous character, the robot supervisor. But that's also part of, I think, what this show is commenting on, is the idea of like automation and things where like they don't really the droids are not they have their great virtues, and obviously some droids have a lot of personality. These droids don't, not really. They kind of are not questioning. Like they have their track, they have their mission, and they are gonna stick to it.
Which, by the way, I think some other people probably must have mentioned this, so I doubt this is an original thought for me. But the droids were very Kaminoan.
Oh yeah, no, I was actually going to comment on that, and I, because there are obviously direct similarities between At and Kamino, this planet that was lost, and whether or not that was intentional, I actually know that there was actually a lovely little connection there when Jod is being taken down to the Mint, and he's all like, this is very impressive, and one of the droids has the line, "We'd hoped you'd be pleased," which is the exact same line that Lama Su has to Obi-Wan in Attack of the Clones. I think that may have been intentional.
Which again, even if there's not like a direct, purposeful like sort of connection in terms of like canon or anything like that, it's just another great example of how we prequel fans are winning.
Yes, and there were so many prequel, even though this series takes place in the post Return of the Jedi era, there were so many prequel connections, none the least of which is the fact that Wizard is now back in full force after getting its debut in the Mandalorian, and even hell, even the farting Yopies, I was happy to see them, even though that's probably my least favorite moment in the Phantom Menace. I was just like, it's good. That's what they're there for. But in particular, but you were mentioning Jude Law's performance in that vault scene, and I agree. Like, that is an outstanding piece of acting. It's the kind of thing that, like, even though Star Wars shows have gotten awards nominations, Mandalorian season 1 and 2, Andor, Obi-Wan, they were all nominated for Best Series. None of the actors have, and even freaking Stellan Skarsgård, which was just insane that they didn't, nominate him. I hope Jude Law gets some kind of recognition for this performance, because this is not just like, people like to silo things off in genre, and we push back on that, but this is just an outstanding performance.
Well, it's a thing that we've always known, and it's really become more clear than ever to me this year, which I think I say that every year. But like even in all the like progress that's been made in sort of the films that have won or nominated, I mean, hell, Return of the King was all the way back in 2003, but there is still this barrier to genre. Even when even when something pushes through, it's an exception to the rule. Just look at the fact of the complete lack of attention, other than a couple of technical notices that Nosferatu is getting this year. It is freaking absurd that
especially
it's not
this year.
Yeah, that it's not in competition like anywhere in the top categories. Like, okay, you want to have bias against like the film and not nominate it for Best Picture, but how can you look at this film and say it's not one of the best directed films of the year, or look at Lily Rose Depp's performance and have her be a front runner for Best Actress? It's just ridiculous. And the only explanation for it is that genre bias, which rears its head again and again and again. And it hasn't really been broken through. We say that it has, but like I said, those are exceptions to the rule when it happens. I mentioned Return of the King in 2003. The Academy recoiled in horror after that. I mean, if you look at the nominees for the year after that, that was one of the sort of, up to that point, it was one of the smallest years in terms of the kinds of films they were nominating. That's when they really started to go for like smaller scale independent films. And it just got more and more like that as the years went on. I think they got absolutely shell-shocked by like having, by giving Return of the King Best Picture and all those awards. And every time something does break through, I think we see a repeat of that cycle where they're like, well, we did that, now let's retreat further into our shell again. And even though, you've got new people coming in, so yes, different kinds of movies are getting nominated. I think we're seeing a lot more representation in terms of like, the people who are getting nominations, but not the kind of films.
Right.
Well, and like I said, I want to repeat again, that is not to say that there aren't exceptions. I mean, look at the fact that in 2015, Mad Max Fury Road was nominated for all those Oscars. Still didn't win, at least Best Director, which was insane, but it got a lot of nominations. And so, but then you look at this year, Furiosa didn't get anything, and or isn't going to get anything. Maybe it'll squeak through in one or two technical categories. And yeah, I know the film wasn't as big as like a big hit or a cultural phenomenon, but it was like, if you're just looking at the film itself, it was an amazing follow-up to Fury Road, and so I just, it's clear to me that they're not interested in awarding genre. If they were, I got to be honest, Wicked would far and away be the front runner for Best Picture this year, and it was for a hot minute until they realized, oh no, we have these other things that we can give it to, and now it's apparently not in as strong of a position.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sorry to go on this digression about it, but it's just like, but back to the point of this show, like, yeah, it'd be great to see Jude Law get a nomination for this. I really don't think he's going to.
Yeah, no, I don't think he will either, but he deserves it. And we know. And yeah, and 894M, just to Oscar nominations coming out on Thursday. 894M puts on the chat, and Doom Part 2 as well. Yeah. There's going to be some saltiness on Thursday when the nominations come out, and Denis Villeneuve is most likely snubbed for Best Director.
Oh yeah,
in favor of some other movies.
Nobody should be anticipating his name being on the Best Director list.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to say that, and good on the BAFTA Awards, even though they didn't nominate it for. They're like, I say good on BAFTA, not for the majority of their nominations, but at least for the director category, and the fact that they did go for Denis Villeneuve in that category. Some of their other choices were just kind of insane, but yeah, they nominated him for Blade Runner 2049 as well. So their director's branch actually, I feel like they kind of know what they're talking about, which is the complete opposite of, the Academy, over here. The director's branch of the Academy is
the Academy giveth and the Academy taketh away. Last year was a giveth year with Christopher Nolan and Oppenheimer and Poor Things and that kind of stuff. But this is a taketh away year because I won't name names, not to, because we don't like to be, but there are some movies in contention. I'm just like, seriously, this year, especially when compared to movies like Dune and Wicked and Nosferatu that I think should be getting much more love. But anyway, that's an aside. I am, hopefully Jude Law gets some kind of recognition, but if not, we can rest easy in the fact that this is a wonderful performance of a great, instantly iconic new Star Wars character, and I hope he gets to play him again.
Yeah, and like I said before, one of the best things was the fact that this ends in a place where his ending is, it's not to use the word end too many times. It's open-ended, and so it invites the possibility of him returning, and I'd be very eager to see that. I want to see a lot of characters from this show return. We've already said it a million times, Kim needs to come back whenever possible. As a matter of fact, I want to have like a long drawn out conversation between her and Carson Teva.
Yes, and also my personal quest to have Luthen Rail talk with every single Star Wars weirdo.
You know what? Yeah, I take that back. The conversation I want to see is between Kim and Luthen.
Yeah,
I just, that would be supremely entertaining.
Yeah. Tony Gilroy, you're gonna have to add this scene into the show. I know Andor season 2 is locked and ready to go, but we're gonna need you to go back and film this one up. It can go anywhere.
Just that to him. See what his reaction is.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he'll be very receptive.
No, but I no, on a serious note, as far as like Andor goes, like, again, this is the beauty of Star Wars. We get something like this that is just so off the wall in terms of, the pulpy side of Star Wars and the fun and all that. And then we're about to plunge into season 2 of Andor, which is going to be, for me, as equally enticing and entertaining in its in its seriousness and its dramatic stakes, and and sort of the emotional pathos of the issues that it's dealing with, and sadly very relevant time for it to come out. it'll be hopefully maybe therapeutic.
Yeah, I think it will be. I'm very much looking forward to Andor season 2. I think that like I was almost another reason I was like maybe not as anticipating Skeleton Crew as much was I was looking forward ahead of it to Andor season 2, but that just meant that Skeleton Crew got to be this absolutely delightful surprise and a very tonally different series, and Star Wars can do both, and do both incredibly well.
Which I feel like shouldn't we be getting a trailer for Andor season 2
I
soon?
mean, hopefully soon. I've noticed that the Disney Plus series, they tend to have the trailers not as far out from the release as you might like, like it's usually only like a month or two beforehand. But I do think that we will get one soon now that Skeleton Crew is officially wrapped for now. And then, Andor is actually only 3 months away. So hopefully soon.
Which, by the way, another digression, but sometimes we digress a lot on these streams, and that can be fun. I will just say I know that Disney dropped the trailer for Daredevil Born Again, and I could not be more excited. I was just I watched it, I was like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. And so which, by the way, and I love Matt and Kingpin being like exes who are just meeting up for lunch, and it's I found that really entertaining.
Yeah, I'm somehow gonna have to find the time to rewatch Daredevil before that series comes out, because it's been a minute since I've seen it, and like now that they've reshaped it to be more of like a direct sequel to that series as opposed to something like else, I think that it would be a worthwhile investment. But yeah, they
I'm so like entertained by sort of the full circle way things have come around. It's like for the Netflix Marvel shows to have been the redheaded stepchild of Marvel back when they were being made, to now like they're so instrumental to what's coming, and the fact that the new Daredevil show is so completely like not just in terms of sort of narrative following up on that, but in tonality and style. The fact that they're even bringing back freaking Punisher for the show, and the fact that it is irrevocably like part of the major MCU canon now. It's just such a reversal of the position that they previously held, and I just find that really intriguing and interesting and rewarding, because I think that those shows were really the best, some of the best things to come out of Marvel storytelling on screen, regardless of studio, whoever was doing it, and they definitely stood out at the time in terms of what the Disney Marvel was doing, and so it's just really nice to see now that things have come around to where like Daredevil is being fully embraced in all its gruesome, bloody, dark, mature glory.
Yeah, no, I mean they even added it to the official MCU timeline on Disney Plus, and it's clear now that the redheaded stepchild of Marvel TV is the Agents of Shields and things of the world, that bumped me out a little bit, but like obviously not to delve into that, but like there's obviously reasons for that behind the scenes, and the fact that there was a war between Kevin Feige and the other guy who ran Marvel TV, and now they're kind of like sweeping that away. But regardless, that's a separate comment. But I'm looking forward to Daredevil Born Again. I'm looking forward to Andor season 2. Lots of good stuff coming up in 2025. But I think we got to kind of end 2024 and start 2025 really well with Skeleton Crew. really kind of
in
being
Star
this
Wars,
unexpected.
if not in the real world.
Well, yes, I mean that. Let's definitely not go there.
Yeah.
And what's happening tomorrow, but yeah. In particular,
I don't know what you're talking about. Tomorrow is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. That's the only thing I'm aware of.
it is, and
Yeah.
that is a reason to celebrate a great American hero.
Yeah.
And
No, as a quick aside, just jumping back on, mentioning Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. again, I will just say, though, like, I am never going to give up hoping and praying for Chloe Bennett to show up
yeah,
back in Marvel as Daisy.
I think that the characters could show up. I just don't have any faith that the events of that show will be considered.
And that's fine. I'll take a win. Like,
but we're in the multiverse anyway, so
yeah, give me those characters. And like, if they want to do some rewriting or make, have new versions of the characters, yeah, like you said, it's the multiverse. They for God's sakes, they wrote in, the Sony Spider-Man movies and Fox's X-Men movies. They can certainly write in, something that Disney produced as happening in somewhere in the multiverse, which actually would work really well for the whole thing with Coulson.
yeah.
That way they could retain his sacrifice in the Avengers, but also still allow for what was done in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah, just say it was another reality. Then that's fine with me.
Yeah, no. And you erase Ming-Na Wen from your timeline at your peril. So
yeah, exactly. Oh God. Oh, Ming-Na Wen. That's. I will just say that I was really a big fan of all the female characters on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yep. I miss them.
And let's not forget Adrian Palicki as Bobby Morse.
Oh, how could I forget Adrian Palicki? Come on now.
Which is why I'm super excited about the fact that it does look like there's going to be another season of the Orville. I'm really looking forward to that, just because she's great in that too. We are really veering off course, talking about all kinds of random stuff, but that's what we do sometimes. But we are 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So maybe we should wind down.
So I just to bring it back to Skeleton Crew and kind of to start my closing thoughts by going back to the beginning. I think one of the reasons I loved this show so much is it really managed to capture the feeling of wonder. And that is something that like a lot of Star Wars series and shows have done and movies have done. Not all of them, but they're all great for their own reasons. But in particular, I can remember the moment when I really fell in love with this show. And it was the end of the first episode, because I was really enjoying like seeing life on Manhattan and getting to know all these characters. But then when we get the climactic sequence of the first episode, the characters where they're blasting off in the Onyx Cinder, and they're going through the barrier and they're terrified and they don't know what's happening, and then they get out in beyond the barrier and they see the stars, and they have never seen stars before, and that's a great moment where Wim is like, "What I think they're planets," and Katie's like, "They're stars. I never knew there could be so many." And then it gets a great comedic beat with because then the ship jumps to hyperspace, and we're so used to hyperspace, but the kids have never seen it and they're terrified. And then they're all it cuts to all of them screaming, and then the ship blasts off into hyperspace, and then it cuts to the credits and the star field of the credits. I just remember being like, I'm in. I'm so in on this series, and that feeling never left. As the kids were, experiencing all these adventures, facing all these perils and trials. But I found it particularly emotionally potent that in the finale, it comes back to the moment where, you know, the kids got to see beyond the barrier, way out past the barrier, and see the stars and the galaxy. And then they end by taking down the barrier, and the entire planet gets to see the stars. And that moment where they're looking up and with wonder and awe, and even Neel, who's now seen the stars before, has just the whoa. And I just remember thinking, like, you know, this is what it feels like when Star Wars is operating at its best, is just that sense of awe and wonder, and anything is possible. And that's why I thought the final image of the series, which is, you know, Wim now having gone through this adventure and knowing what, you know, what it means to live up to the Jedi ideals and everything. You know, the series, the series for now ends on him looking up at the X-wings, and just having this big smile on his face, and knowing that this is something that is now a possibility for him. He doesn't have to take assessment anymore, and his future is wide open. The possibilities are endless. And that line that Jod said to him in a moment of compassion from the character of the, you have vision, embrace it, make your life the one you want to live. And now we know, you know, whether we see this character again or not, we now know for certainty that he will, and all these characters will. And that is Star Wars storytelling at its best.
I can't phrase it any better than that. So instead, my final thought will just be a final image, which will be something that people loved all throughout the season, which was Neel in a bubble bath.
Oh yes. That was a wonder. I love they called back to it in the finale too. It's like when you come back after an adventure like that, what's one of the first things you're gonna do? You're gonna take it.
I love the fact that, like, they're not through it yet. Like, there's still dark shit happening, but Neel is like, I don't care. I'm gonna take a bubble bath.
Sweet boy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And on that note, I think we're done. We went longer than I thought we were going to, but it's a lot to talk about when we're talking about an entire season, you know, of a show. It you know, this can happen. Yeah, mood. That's a mood quite often these days. But yeah. Anyway, thank you for everybody who tuned in tonight. Thank you, 8984M. Thank you to Cassie, who was here earlier. We had the one and only Thinkerbell joining us. We had Joe Cole. Laura dropped in to say hi. So did Mother Royan. Thank you, everyone who chatted with us and just watched tonight. We really appreciate it. I talked about this last week, but it means so much because, you know, Jared and I just like to get on here and ramble about, you know, the stuff that we enjoy, and to basically hang out once a week. And you know, and it means a lot that you guys you know, just hang out with us and just talk, because, you know, we know we get long-winded and then we go on for a really long time with these things. So it just means all the more when you guys power through with us. So thank you. And it is fun to hang out with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I do showers, but I fondly remember when I was younger, and I took all those baths. Maybe one of these days I'll indulge. But yeah, that's all I have. Just a reminder, you know, we mentioned earlier the stuff that's coming out next week. We're going to be talking about the Robert Eggers film, The Lighthouse. And then in weeks to come, we'll be celebrating the 25th anniversary of Gladiator. We'll be talking about the film Ex Machina, the Disney live action version of Cinderella, the original theatrical cut of Amadeus, and another Robert Eggers film, Nosferatu, which we just talked about again a little bit ago. And we'll get out some more of our irritation at lack of nominations, you know, when we do that discussion, I'm sure. But yeah, so that's what's ahead. and we hope you guys will join us for that stuff. But yeah, no, thank you. We really do appreciate having you guys here. It means a lot. Anything else you wanted to say, Jared, before we say goodnight?
No, I think with a show this rich, there are more topics we could have touched on, but I'm happy with what we covered, and looking forward to getting more Star Wars discussions in the future and a lot of other great stuff on the channel. So thank you as always, Gwen. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Everyone, please, if you enjoyed this, please please consider subscribing to the channel. But even if not, just thank you for being here and allowing us to continue to do this thing that we love. And remember, you can't call Plainsies unclaimsies without the claimer. Everyone on the whole planet knows that. So remember that.
Oh God, I have to say, I really loved that little bit, like revisiting, that in the first episode, knowing how it factors in later on in the series. That was a lot of fun. But so we will see you guys next week. And I feel like I was going to say something else before we wrapped up, but I've forgotten. Doesn't matter. If it was important, I'll mention it next week. But hope you guys all have wonderful nights, and take it easy out there. The world's throwing a lot our way, so just I know what I was going to say, and it's relevant to this. Don't doom scroll. Go read a book and throw yourself into that. I'm currently reading Queen's Hope, the third E.J. Johnson Padme novel, and I would highly recommend reading that series if you haven't. They're wonderful, and it's a much better way to spend your time. So take it easy, read some Star Wars, and we'll see you back here next week.
Yeah, and more so than ever, may the Force be with you always.
Good night.